Welcome back to another threshold. You have crossed thresholds with me before and met those who tended them. The edge of night, the edge of the moon's light, the edge of sleep, and in our most recent journey, the edge of dying itself. We walk beside the ones who escort the dying, the soft-handed guides who do not let the newly dead make the crossing alone. Tonight, we follow where those guides have always been leading. We go further in. Every culture that has ever thought carefully about death has had to imagine, in some form, where the dead actually go. Not just that they go somewhere, that conviction is almost universal, but what that somewhere is like. Whether it is a place or a state, whether it is a kingdom with walls and provinces and a ruler on a throne, or simply a quality of being that the dead inhabit. Whether it has gates one passes through, judges one stands before, rivers one crosses. Whether the dead retain who they were or are slowly emptied of it. Whether the place is one of punishment or reward or, most commonly across human history, neither, but simply where the dead are. Across the next 2 episodes, we are going to visit 12 of those imagined places. We will walk through them the way you would walk through any country you have come to see, taking in the landscape, learning what kind of place it is from what you have to pass through to reach the center of it. We will meet the guardians at the gate, the 3-headed dog, the bolt-locked 7-fold passage, the obsidian wind, the gates of every hour of the longest night. We will see the rivers, the plains, the pits, the fields where the ordinary dead drift, and the islands where the worthy rest, and the cells where the wicked are kept. And in the middle of each one, on a throne, or in a hall, or at the bottom of the sea, or beneath the roots of the world tree, we will meet the one who rules, sometimes alone, sometimes paired with a consort, or a wife, or a sister. Sometimes the ruler is a god who was always meant to rule there. Sometimes the ruler was thrown into the dark unwillingly and made the kingdom their own once they arrived. Sometimes the ruler was once mortal, was once like you, was once one of the dead themselves. I want to be honest about why we are doing this, because it is not, despite appearances, a tour of foreign architecture for its own sake. The shape of an underworld is the deepest possible window into what a culture believed about death itself, about whether the universe is just or arbitrary, about whether what you did in life matters to what happens after, about whether the dead are punished or rewarded or simply received, about whether someone is on the other side of the threshold waiting for you, and what kind of someone they are. When a culture imagines 5 rivers separating the living from the dead, each carrying a different quality of grief, that is a culture telling us something specific about how it understood loss. When a culture imagines the dead drinking dust and wearing the same feathered garments forever, regardless of how they lived, that culture is telling us something different. When a culture imagines a queen at the bottom of the sea, her hair tangled with the souls of the animals her people hunt, that culture is telling us something different still. Tonight, we listen for what each of these imagined kingdoms is actually saying. Not as scholars comparing one tradition against another, weighing them up the way a textbook might. That kind of work belongs to the daytime. We listen the way I always listen, when I take you somewhere worth going, with curiosity, with patience, with the quiet recognition that the human imagination of what waits in the dark is one of the most beautiful and revealing things our species has ever made. There is more material here than a single sleep can hold, and so this journey will unfold across 2 episodes. Tonight, in this first part, we will walk through 8 of the 12 kingdoms. We will spend our first half in the warm cradle of the ancient Mediterranean world, the underworlds of the Sumerians, the Canaanites, the Egyptians and the Greeks, 4 civilizations whose imaginations of death are interconnected, related, in some cases descended directly from each other across the long centuries of cultural exchange around that great inland sea. And then, for the second half of tonight, we will travel north into the colder, forested world of the Slavic peoples, into the long winters of Finland and Norway, and finally, further north still, to the bottom of the Arctic Sea, where one of the most wounded and most extraordinary death goddesses any culture has ever imagined waits at the bottom of the freezing water. Tonight will end there, with her, with the goddess at the bottom of the cold sea, and with the shaman who comes to comb her tangled hair when the food supply of an entire people has stopped arriving at the surface. The remaining 4 kingdoms will wait for our next journey together. The Japanese underworld sealed behind its great boulder, the Hindu and Chinese underworlds, joined across 3,000 years of Buddhist transmission across the breadth of Asia, the 9-leveled Aztec underworld of Mictlan, and finally, the Andean underworld of Ukupacha, whose god the Spanish colonizers tried, almost successfully, to erase, and whose dance, even now, continues in the streets of Bolivia in elaborate horned masks every year. Those 4 kingdoms are tonight's sequel. We will come back to them, but for now, tonight, the first 8. Let your breathing slow. Let your weight settle. Let the room around you grow soft. Let the day release. The night has you. And tonight, the night is a kingdom, many kingdoms, with their gates standing open, and their guardians waiting, and their rulers, in the deep middle of each one, sitting on thrones that have been held for a very long time. We begin where everything else began, in the oldest cities of the world, between 2 great rivers, where the first underworld was given a name and 7 bolted gates, and a queen who had been there since before creation was finished. We begin where everything else began, before the Greeks drew their rivers, before the Egyptians charted their 12 hours, before the Norse imagined hell's grim hall, or the Aztec, the 9 levels of Mictlan. Before any of it, there were the people who lived between 2 great rivers in the flat, warm land that is now Iraq, the Sumerians, the first civilization we know of, the people who invented writing, and the wheel, and the city, and most relevant to us tonight, the first underworld. They called it many things. Kur, in the oldest texts, a word that meant simultaneously mountain, foreign land, and the place beneath. Ikala, in the later Akkadian, the great city. Aralu, Kigal, the great place. And, in the myth we will spend most of tonight's chapter inside, Kanugi, the land of no return. That last name is not a metaphor. It is a description of all the things the Sumerians had to say about what waited beneath earth. The most consistent, repeated across centuries, across tablets, across the entire arc of Mesopotamian civilization, was this single, unembellished fact. The dead who go there do not come back. The road runs only one direction, Tonight, we walk that road. The road begins above ground, with the moment of dying itself. The Sumerians did not personify the act of dying the way the Greeks did with Thanatos. There is no gentle winged figure who lays his hand on you when your time has come. What they had instead was something colder and more practical. A demon called Namtar. He was the messenger of Ereshkigal, the queen we are about to meet. He was also the bringer of death and disease, the one she dispatched when a soul was due. Namtar arrived. The breath ended, and then the descent began. There is a staircase. The Mesopotamian sources are specific about this, and it is one of the architectural details I find most strange and most evocative. The road to the underworld is not a tunnel, not a slope, not a featureless darkness one wanders into. It is a staircase, a long one, steep enough that the texts call it steep without further elaboration, as though everyone reading would already know what was meant. The dead descend it on their own feet, or rather, what is left of them descends, since by the time the staircase begins, the body has been left behind in the world above, and only the Giddim, the shade, the ghost self, continues downward. At the bottom of the staircase, a river, like the Greek Styx. This is the boundary water. Like the Styx, it requires a ferryman. The Mesopotamians called him Kumut Tabal. Quick, take me there, which is one of those names that sounds almost like a joke until you sit with it long enough to feel how it is not a joke. He is a creature with the head of a bird, the texts say. His boat is small. He poles the dead across the dark water the way Charon would do, centuries and 1,000 miles to the west, in a culture that had never heard of him. The Greek ferryman is almost certainly a descendant. The boat itself is older than most of the gods we will meet tonight. And then, the gates. This is where the Mesopotamian underworld becomes architecturally specific in a way that almost no other underworld in the ancient world matches. There are 7 of them. 7 walls, 7 bolted passages. Each one a separate threshold the dead must cross before they reach the center of the kingdom. The gates are not merely doors. They are tests of a kind. Or rather, they are the unmaking of the soul that arrives, layer by layer, until what reaches the throne room at the center is something stripped almost to nothing. At each gate stands the gatekeeper. His name is Neti. The texts call him simply the gatekeeper of the underworld. And we know almost nothing else about him. No origin story, no consort, no extended mythology, only that he holds the keys and that nothing passes through any of the 7 gates without his permission. He is not negotiable. He is procedure. He is the law of the kingdom made into a single figure, standing where the law has to be enforced. The most famous account we have of the 7 gates is the descent of Inanna, Ereshkigal's younger sister, the great goddess of love and war, who came down into her sister's kingdom for reasons the myth never fully explains. Her full story is one for another telling. What matters here is what the gates did to her on the way in. At the first gate, the gatekeeper took her crown. She protested. He told her this is what passing through this gate requires. He let her in. At each gate that followed, the same exchange. Her earrings of lapis lazuli, her necklace, her breastplate, her golden ring, the lapis measuring rod, the symbol of her authority to judge, and at the 7th, her dress. By the time she reached the throne room at the center of Konugi, The mighty goddess of the upper world stood naked, stripped of everything that had marked her as herself. This is the deepest theological statement the Sumerian underworld makes, not in any single passage, but in the simple fact of the 7 gates and what they do. Death, for the Sumerians, was a process of subtraction. The crossing was not instant. It was a corridor with bolted doors, and at each door something else was taken from you, until you arrived in the chamber at the center, stripped of every marker of who you had been. The clothes, the jewelry, the signs of rank, of status, of relationships, all of them gone. The naked self arriving before the Queen of the Dead is what every soul eventually becomes. Past the 7 gates, the kingdom opens. Or rather, it does not open so much as press in, because Kunugi is not the kind of expansive realm that the Greeks would later imagine, with its provinces and islands and Elysian fields. Kunugi is one single, all-encompassing condition. A dim place, a dusty place, vast in extent, but uniform in nature. There are no separated regions for the virtuous and the wicked. There is no field of reeds, no Tartarus, no Elysium. There is one underworld, and everyone goes there. And what they find there is the same thing, regardless of who they were when they arrived. Let me describe it the way the Sumerians did, because the details matter, and they are very precise. The dead wear bird feather garments, not robes, not the clothing of their living lives. Feathered cloaks, the kind a bird might shed, the kind that mark the wearer as something other than human. In a world where what you wore was your social identity, your status, your lineage, your trade, your relationship to the divine, the dead all wear the same thing. The king and the slave, the priest and the criminal, the old and the young. Feathers, the same feathers. They eat dust, not food. Dust, the dry residue of the world, the matter that has already dissolved. As if death is already, slowly, turning the dead back into the ground they came from. And the only nourishment available to them is the very dissolution that had begun to claim them. They drink brackish water from muddy puddles, not the clear water of rivers or wells, the standing water that collects in low places, that is tainted with what the earth has given it. The dead drink what living people would refuse. They are sustained, but only barely, enough to persist forever, not enough to be nourished. And they sit. The Mesopotamian texts are clear that the dead do not stand or walk or do any of the things the living do. They squat in the dark, silent, in groups perhaps or alone. The texts do not say. What they do is wait. For what? The texts also do not say. The waiting itself appears to be the condition. It does not lead anywhere. It is what the dead now are. There is something in this picture that I want to sit with for a moment, because it tells us so much about how this oldest of all imagined underworlds was understood. The Sumerian afterlife was not punishment. It was not reward. It was not even, really, the continuation of life in some attenuated form. It was diminishment, the slow, inevitable subtraction of everything that had made the dead person specific, until what remained was something almost generic. A feathered, dusty, squatting thing in the dark, sustained by water that no living throat would accept, indistinguishable from every other feathered, dusty, squatting thing that had ever been a person. And what this tells us, I think, is that the Sumerians were the first culture to imagine death honestly, without any sweetening. They did not promise a paradise to the virtuous or a torment to the wicked. They did not promise reunion with loved ones or eternal feasting in a great hall. They looked at the fact of what happens to a body in the ground, and they imagined, with terrible precision, what it would feel like if the self did the same thing, slowly losing every marker of distinctness, slowly becoming dust and feathers and dim silence, slowly becoming the underworld itself. The afterlife, for them, was not an answer to mortality. It was mortality continued in another form. So who decides who goes where? This is the question every other underworld we will visit tonight has an elaborate answer to. The Greeks have 3 former mortal kings, sorting the dead into 3 provinces. The Egyptians have Anubis, weighing the heart against a feather, and Osiris presiding over the verdict. The Chinese have 10 courts and 10 judges, each one specializing in a different kind of soul. The Sumerians have nothing. There is no sorting in Konugi. There is no judgment. Everyone who arrives is allocated to the same condition because the condition is universal. The virtuous king and the cruelest slave driver receive the same feathered garments and the same handful of dust. There is no Tartarus for the wicked, no Elysium for the worthy. The afterlife is democratic in the bleakest possible sense. It makes no distinctions at all. There is one small qualification worth noting. The Sumerians believed that music could, for the highly privileged, lighten the bleakness of Konugi slightly. That the dead king who had been buried with musicians might experience some marginally less terrible version of the underworld than the ordinary dead. But this was a matter of degree, not of kind. The privileged dead still ate dust. They still wore feathers. They still sat in the dark forever. The lyre, if it played for them at all, played in the same darkness everyone else inhabited. And the dead also relied on the living. This is the other detail worth holding on to. The Sumerians believed that the offerings made to the dead by their surviving family, libations poured into the earth, prayers spoken at the graveside, actually reached them. The dead drank the offered drink, ate the offered grain, were partially sustained by the love of those still living above ground. A family that forgot their dead condemned them to a poorer eternity than a family that remembered. The thread of human relationship reached all the way down through the 7 gates. It is the one tenderness the Sumerians allowed themselves in the entire bleak picture. The dead are not entirely gone. They can still be reached in a small way by the people who loved them. And in the center of all of it, on a throne in the palace of Ganzir, the great lapis lazuli palace at the heart of Konugi, said by some Sumerian sources to be the most magnificent structure in the entire underworld, sits Ereshkigal. She has many names, and each of them tells us something. Queen of the Great Below, Ereshkigal in Sumerian, her primary name, the one she's called most often in the texts. The word Kigal means great place in the sense of vast rather than grand. The immensity of what she rules, which is everything that has ever died and everything that ever will. Lady of the Great Earth. Ereshkigal again, the same name, slightly different translation. The Sumerians did not always sharply distinguish between the underworld and the earth itself. Both were Kigal. Both were the great below. Both were where the dead went. She who holds the tablet of the dead, a title that emphasizes her bureaucratic role. The record-keeping queen who knows every name that has been added to her catalogue since the beginning of time, the silent one, the unforgiving one, the irresistible one, mistress of the netherworld. But the most important fact about Ereshkigal is one that does not appear in her titles. She did not choose her kingdom. This is the thing about her that changes everything. In the oldest Sumerian texts, there is a reference, brief, fragmentary, easy to miss, to how she came to rule. She was taken. Kur, the primordial underworld, the void beneath the earth, seized her when she was young, before the rest of the cosmos had been properly ordered, and carried her down into its depths. She did not descend voluntarily. She was not appointed by a council of senior gods. She was not awarded the underworld in a lottery the way Hades was, centuries later, by the Greeks. She was abducted into the dark, and then the dark needed a ruler, and she was the only being there. And so, the ruling fell to her by the simple geometry of being the one present. Let me sit with this for a moment, because it is one of the most quietly devastating things in any mythology I have ever encountered. Hades drew the short straw in a lottery, but he was a mature god by then, and he accepted the outcome with the honor of someone choosing to honor an outcome. Hell was thrown into Niflheim by Odin, but she was already a being in her own right when she arrived. Osiris was murdered, and then reassembled, and then became king of the Egyptian afterlife. But his journey, terrible as it was the journey of a self that had already existed. Ereshkigal was taken into the dark before she was finished being herself, before she had chosen a domain or a temperament or a story. The dark made her into what she became. She is the only major death deity in any tradition I know whose entire identity was forged in the kingdom she rules. Not brought to it, but built out of it, the way the place itself was building itself around her at the same time. She is, accordingly, lonely, magnificently, terribly lonely. Not in the sentimental sense, not as a goddess who occasionally feels sad, but in the deepest structural sense. She has been alone in Kunugi since before time was properly counted. She cannot leave it. The texts are explicit about this. When a great divine feast was held in the upper world, to which all the gods were invited, Ereshkigal could not attend, and a messenger had to be sent down to her to deliver her share, because the queen of the great below cannot leave the great below, ever. It is not a kingdom one visits and returns from. It is the place she is, even for her. The most striking single detail in the Inanna descent myth, the most complete portrait we have of Ereshkigal, comes at the moment when she first learns that her sister is at the first gate, demanding entry. The text does not say she became angry, or imperious, or vengeful. It says she struck her thigh. She bit her lip. She received the news the way someone receives news of another death, with the particular wordless physical grief of a person for whom grief has become so familiar that the body knows the gestures before the mind has caught up. Some Sumerologists read this detail as specifically the grief of widowhood. Ereshkigal's first husband, the bull of heaven, Gugalana, the great bull, the constellation we now call Taurus, had recently been killed in the upper world, slain by the hero Enkidu in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Inanna's arrival at her sister's gates would have come hard on the heels of that loss. Some scholars even suggest that this was why Inanna was descending to attend the funeral of her brother-in-law, to perform the rites of mourning that a sister-in-law ought to perform, though the myth itself is not explicit about her motives. Whatever the reason, the picture is the same. Ereshkigal, alone in the dark of her kingdom, sitting with the most recent death of someone she loved. When her sister arrived demanding entry into a realm Ereshkigal had not chosen to rule and could not leave. There is one other story about Ereshkigal that the Sumerians and later the Akkadians told, and it is, to me, the most quietly moving thing in her entire mythology. It is the story of how she finally, briefly, was not alone. His name was Nergal. He was a god of war and of plague, powerful, arrogant, given to violence, not in any sense a tender or sympathetic figure. At a great divine feast that Ereshkigal, as always, could not attend, her messenger, Namtar, travelled to the upper world to receive her share of the offerings on her behalf. When Namtar arrived, every god in the hall rose to honour him, except one. Nergal stayed seated. He failed to acknowledge the messenger of the Queen of the Dead. He insulted her, by proxy, in front of every other god in the cosmos. Namtar returned to Kanugi and told his queen what had happened. Ereshkigal was furious, and her fury was that of someone who, alone in the dark, has just had an injury added to the long catalogue of injuries that being alone in the dark has already inflicted on her. She demanded that Nergal be sent down to her so she could kill him. Nergal descended. He came armed. He brought 14 demons with him, one for each side of each of the 7 gates, the texts say, so that when the gatekeeper Neti tried to deny him entry, he could simply station a demon to hold each gate open behind him. He stormed into Kanugi prepared for war. He found Ereshkigal in the palace of Ganzir, on her throne, and the older versions of the story say he seized her by the hair and threatened to behead her on the spot. And then, depending on which version of the story you read, something else happened. In some versions, she pleaded for her life, and he relented. In some, she seduced him. In some, he seduced her. In the most moving version, which is recorded on tablets found at Sultan Tepe, the two of them simply spent 7 days together in her chamber. And during those 7 days, something neither of them had been expecting was happening between them. Nergal, who had come down to do violence, was experiencing, perhaps for the first time in his existence, the strange transformative effect of being with another being who was as powerful and as solitary as himself. Ereshkigal, who had been alone in the dark since before time was properly counted, was experiencing the simple presence of someone who had stayed, who had not run, who had not been frightened by what she was. On the 7th day, Nergal tried to leave. He had not been planning to stay. He had not realized, perhaps, that he had grown attached. He took his leave of her and made his way back up through the 7 gates, intending to return to the upper world. And Ereshkigal, the terrible, the silent, the unforgiving, wept. She wept, and she demanded he come back. She threatened, in the manner of someone who has not been told no in a very long time, that if Nergal did not return to her, she would open the gates of Kanugi and release the dead upon the living. I will release the dead, the text has her say. And this is one of the most famous threats in all of Mesopotamian literature. And the dead will outnumber the living. The fury of the abandoned queen. The threat that the entire architecture of mortality itself would be undone if she could not have back the one being who had stayed with her, even briefly. Nergal came back. The Sultan Tepe tablet ends with the two of them on the throne together, co-rulers of Kurnugi, king and queen of the great below. The story does not say they fell in love, in the sentimental sense the modern reader might want, but it does not say they did not either. What it says is that he stayed, and that she, for the first time in the entire span of her existence, was no longer alone. That is Kurnugi, the land of no return. 7 bolted gates and a gatekeeper who admits but never releases. A staircase down, a ferryman with the head of a bird, a river. Beyond the river, a vast, dim place where the dead sit forever in feathered garments, eating dust, drinking the muddy water of the earth's lowest puddles, indistinguishable from one another and from the diminishment that has slowly become their condition. No judgment, no sorting, no Elysium, no Tartarus, just the universal dim, and on a throne at the center, in the great palace of Ganzir, the queen who was taken into the dark before she had finished becoming herself, who has been there ever since, and who eventually, by the longest possible road, allowed herself to be joined by one other being who chose to stay. What this oldest of all underworlds tells us about the people who first imagined it is, I think, this. The Sumerians did not lie to themselves about death. They did not pretend that the virtuous would be rewarded or the wicked punished. They did not promise reunion with loved ones in a paradise. They looked at the fact of mortality and they imagined, with terrible honesty, what it would be to continue existing after the body had ceased. And what they imagined was not consoling, but it was true to something, true to the diminishment of grief, true to the way the dead, when we hold them in memory, slowly become less specific over the years, less the person they were, and more a generalized absence we carry, true to the feeling that death is not so much a doorway to something else as a slow erasure of what was. And yet, in the middle of this bleakest of all afterlives, the Sumerians placed Ereshkigal, the queen who was lonely, who grieved, who could weep, who could be joined even briefly by another being who chose her. The honesty about death came with one small softening. The dead are not entirely alone. The offerings of the living reach them. The queen is not entirely alone. Somewhere, somehow, even she found someone to stay. The kingdom of unmaking is also, just barely, the kingdom of 2 people on a throne. It is the oldest mythology we have. And even at its bleakest, it could not quite imagine a universe in which connection was completely impossible. We travel west and south from Sumer into a different landscape and a different anxiety. The ancient Levant, what is now the coastal strip of Syria and Lebanon and northern Israel, and the inland hills behind it. Canaan, in the old name, a land of small kingdoms and trading ports and olive groves, of the great Mediterranean to the west and the desert to the east. A crossroads of the ancient world, where caravans met and languages mixed and the first alphabets were invented. A landscape that, for all its connection to other civilizations, had one feature that shaped its theology more profoundly than anything else. It had no great river. This is the thing to hold on to. Sumer had the Tigris and the Euphrates. Egypt had the Nile. The Canaanites had only the rain, the seasonal Mediterranean rains that watered the crops if they came, and that meant catastrophe if they did not. Every year, the dry season came, and the rain stopped, and the fields began to die. and the question was whether the rains would return in time. Every year, they did. But the experience of waiting, of watching the green go out of the world, of measuring the grain in the storehouse against the days remaining before the rains, that experience was the central religious fact of Canaanite life. And so, the Canaanite imagination of death is not primarily the imagination of a kingdom one travels to. It is the imagination of a force that comes for the world every summer, and against which the gods themselves must fight year after year, for as long as the world continues. His name is Mot. In the ancient Semitic languages, Ugaritic, Phoenician, Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic, the word for death is some variant of Mot. Mot, Mavet. The name and the thing are not separate. He is not called after death. He is death, the noun given a face. This is unusual. In the company of the Underworld rulers we will meet tonight. Ereshkigal's name means Queen of the Great Below, a title, a description of her role. Hades' name is sometimes glossed as the Unseen One, a euphemism, the Greeks avoiding the direct word the way we avoid saying the deceased at a funeral. Most cultures, when they name their death god, give them a name that means something other than the bare fact of dying, a title, a domain, an attribute. The Canaanites name theirs death, without metaphor, without softening. The word you use for what happens when a body stops breathing is the same word you use for the God who makes it stop. Sit with that for a moment. It tells us something about how the Canaanites thought about what they were dealing with. Death, to them, was not an abstraction that had been personified for theological convenience. It is a being with intentions, a power, the thing that takes, and the thing that takes is what we call it, because to call it anything else would be to pretend it was less than it is. Mot has a house. This is where the architecture of the Canaanite underworld becomes specific in a way that almost no other underworld in the ancient world matches. Because the house is not a metaphor, and the geography of it is one of the strangest things ever imagined. The great Ugaritic text we call the Bol cycle was discovered in 1928 on a cluster of clay tablets at Ras Shamra on the Syrian coast, the buried ruins of the ancient city of Ugarit, which had been a major Canaanite port before it was destroyed around 1200 BCE and forgotten for 3,000 years. The tablets are written in a cuneiform alphabet that scholars only learned to read in the 20th century. They describe Mot's home with extraordinary precision. His city is called Miri. It is filthy. The text uses the word repeatedly, filth, as if the very name of the place were a description of its quality. His throne is not a chair on a dais. His throne is a pit. He sits in a hole in the ground in a city named Filth, in a land the texts simply call Shpamomari, which translators have rendered as the land of his heritage, or sometimes the land of his inheritance, a phrase that has the dry ring of a legal document, as though Mot were the inheriting heir of a foul kingdom no one else wanted. And then, the strangest detail of all, the house has no door. You do not enter Mot's house through a doorway. There is no doorway. The texts are explicit about this. To enter his house, you enter through his throat. This is where the Canaanite underworld parts ways with every other one we will visit tonight, and it is worth stopping to understand what is being said here, because it is unlike anything else. Mot's body and his kingdom are the same thing. The texts describe him in cosmic dimensions. His lips, they say, touch the earth, the lower lip on the ground. His tongue, they say, reaches to the stars, the upper lip, somewhere in the heavens. When his jaws open, the gap between them is the entire vertical span of the cosmos. From the ground we walk, on to the sky we look up at. And his throat is not an organ inside him. His throat is the underworld, the dark passage, the hall, the place the dead go when they descend. When the Baal cycle says that to enter Mot's house, you go through his throat, it is being completely literal. You walk in through his mouth, down his throat, into the vast underground hall that is also the inside of his body. The dead do not visit Mot. They are swallowed by him. He is not a king sitting on a throne in a kingdom. He is a kingdom shaped like a god, with a mouth at the top and a throne pit somewhere deep in the digestive interior. And what does he do in this body kingdom of his? He eats. The texts return to this image over and over. Mot devours like a lion, with both hands and his mouth. The texts specify, taking great handfuls of whatever the world has to offer him, and forcing them into the throat that is also the underworld. He eats the crops as they dry in the fields. He eats the livestock as they thin during the drought. He eats the children of the village who do not survive the famine. He eats, and his throat receives what he eats. And the dead arrive in the dim hall of his interior, and they sit in the dark, because his appetite is not occasional but constant, and he is never full. This is the defining quality of Mot in the Canaanite imagination. Not malice, not cruelty, not any of the things one might expect from a death god. Insatiability. The earth never fills him up. The texts say so explicitly. Even when he has consumed everything available, he is still hungry. His appetite is the engine of the seasons. The drying summer, when the rains stop and the fields wither, and the people begin to count the grain in the storehouse. That is Mot eating. The world going dry is the world being swallowed. The great myth that is told about Mot is his battle with Baal. Baal is the storm god, the rain bringer, the young, brilliant god of the Western Semitic pantheon, whose lightning splits the clouds and whose thunder announces the water that the fields are dying for. If Mot is the drying, Baal is the wetting. If Mot is the consumption, Baal is the giving. They are, in the most direct way a mythology can express it, opposites. And the Baal cycle is the story of how they fight. The myth opens with a quarrel. Baal refuses to pay Mot tribute, refuses to acknowledge Mot's authority, refuses to send his messengers to Mot's court with the proper recognition. The reasons are complicated, and the text is fragmentary, but the essential dynamic is clear. The storm god is asserting himself against the death god, and the death god is not having it. Mot's response, sent by his own messengers up to Baal's palace in the heavens, is one of the most chilling threats in all of ancient literature. I will devour you like a lamb, he says. I will tear you in pieces. I will swallow you down into my throat the way I swallow every other living thing. And then he does. Baal descends, terrified, into Mot's mouth. He is swallowed. He becomes one more thing in the great dim interior of the death god's body. And above ground, the world goes dry. No rain, no clouds, no thunder. The fields begin to crack. The wells run low. The grain in the storehouse becomes the only thing standing between the village and starvation. Baal, the rain bringer, the storm god, the only force that could keep Mot in check, has been consumed. and the earth feels the consequence. For the Canaanites, this was not abstract theology. It was the reality of every summer. Every year, the rain stopped. Every year, the green went out of the world. Every year, the question was the same. Would the cycle continue? Would Baal return? Would the rains come back? The answer, in the myth as in the year, was yes. But only because of one specific being who refused to accept what had happened to her brother. Her name is Anat. She is Baal's sister, and in the way of Canaanite mythology, also his lover, the pairing of brother and sister and consort that the ancient Levantine pantheon was comfortable with in ways modern audiences sometimes are not. She is a warrior goddess, a hunter, a being of enormous physical power and even more enormous fury when the people she loves are harmed. She finds Baal's body, eventually, in the great dim hall inside Mot. She mourns. The text describes her mourning at length. The tearing of her cheeks, the cutting of her arms, the wail that rises from her when she realizes what has been done. And then she stops mourning, and she goes to find Mot. And what she does to him is one of the most visceral passages in any ancient literature anywhere. She seizes Mot. She cleaves him with her sword. She winnows him with her sieve. She burns him in fire. She grinds him in her mill. She sows him in the fields. She takes the god of death and she treats him like grain. This is the image at the center of the entire Canaanite theology of death, and it is worth sitting with for a long moment because of what it implies. Anat does not kill Mot the way you kill an enemy. She does not stab him through the heart and walk away. She processes him the way a farmer processes a harvest. The 5 actions she performs on his body, cleaving, winnowing, burning, grinding, sowing, are the 5 sequential actions of grain processing in an ancient Levantine village. You harvest the wheat with a sword. You winnow it to separate the chaff from the seed. You burn the chaff. You grind the seed into flour. And then, for the next year, you save some of it and sow it back into the earth. Anat does all 5 things to Mot in sequence, with deliberate method. And the result is that Mot is no longer a god in a body. He is scattered. He is in pieces, in fragments, mixed with the soil of the fields. And from the scattered fragments, from the death God broken into the earth itself, the next year's crops grow. The grain comes up out of the ground he has been pressed into. The fields turn green again. Baal returns from inside the death god's body because the body itself has been processed and dispersed. Death and fertility, in the Canaanite imagination, are not opposites. They are stages in a single agricultural cycle. The ground that receives the dead is the same ground that produces the living. The bread you eat is grown from the soil into which the death god has been scattered. Every meal is, in some quiet way, communion with the same force that one day will swallow you. And then Mot comes back. He has to. He cannot stay scattered. Death cannot be permanently defeated by any goddess, however furious, with any agricultural implement, however clever. 7 years pass. The texts are specific about the number, and Mot reassembles himself out of the soil into which he was sown, and he rises again, and the cycle begins again. The drought returns, the drying, the hunger, the threat to Baal, who has himself returned from inside Mot during the 7 years and is again in the heavens, again sending the rain, again maintaining the world. And so, the Baal cycle is not a story with an ending. It is a story with a shape, the shape of the year itself, the shape of every season turning into the next season, the shape of an eternal contest between the storm god and the death god, in which neither one can ever finally win. Because if either one did, the cosmos would stop. Baal cannot kill Mot forever, because then there would be no winter, no resting season, no end stop against which the rest of the year is measured. Mot cannot finally consume Baal, because then there would be no spring, no return, no growth out of the ground where the dead have been scattered. They are locked in a relationship that requires both of them. The Canaanites understood this with a clarity that I find, even after all these centuries, philosophically remarkable. Death is not the enemy of life. Death is the partner of life. The two of them, fighting each year for dominance, are the cosmos. Subtract either one, and the world stops working. So what does the Canaanite underworld tell us about how this people understood dying? It tells us, first of all, that they did not think of death as a place one travels to. They thought of it as a power one is taken into. Mot does not receive the dead in his palace the way Hades receives them in his kingdom. He does not have a court, or judges, or 3 provinces. He has only a body, and the dead are inside that body, the way a meal is inside the eater of a meal. The Canaanite afterlife is not architectural, it is digestive. It tells us, second, that they took the agricultural reality of their lives and made it into theology. The Canaanites lived by the rains, and so, their death, God lives by the drought. The Canaanites watch the crops die in summer and grow again in winter, and so their death god is locked in an eternal contest with the storm god, swallowing him for half the year and being scattered into the earth for the other half. The fields and the gods are the same fields and the same gods, and there is no separation between agricultural anxiety and religious cosmology. And it tells us, finally, that they were comfortable with a kind of unflinching honesty about what death is, that the more elaborate, later traditions sometimes obscured. Mot is hungry. He is not malicious. He is not cruel. He simply needs to eat, and what he eats is everything that lives. The Canaanites did not pretend their death, God, was anything other than what they had observed death itself to be: insatiable, impersonal, larger than any single life, taking without asking, repeated every year for as long as the year has existed. And the only consolation they imagine, the only counterweight against the insatiability of the great mouth, was the agricultural one. The dead are not entirely gone. Mot, scattered, becomes the soil. The body that has been swallowed is not lost, it is processed, and the next year's crop grows from it. The thing that takes you is also, in the slowest possible way, what feeds the people who come after you. The death god, ground in Anat's mill, is the flour you bake into bread. There is one more thing worth saying about Mot, because his shadow falls farther through history than almost any of the other death gods we will meet tonight. The word Mavet, death, appears in the Hebrew Bible more than 150 times, sometimes simply as an ordinary noun, but sometimes, in certain passages, the word appears in a way that scholars have come to recognize as a residue. The Bible was composed in the same landscape where the Baal cycle was sung. The Hebrews who wrote the Bible had grown up hearing about Mot, and the word for death in their texts sometimes carries a personality the bare noun would not normally carry: a hunger, a mouth, a swallowing quality that scholars now read as the old Canaanite death god, bleeding through into the new monotheistic theology that was being composed on top of him. Death has come up into our windows, says the prophet Jeremiah. It has entered our palaces, cutting off the children from the street and the young men from the squares. Death has come up. Death has entered. The grammar is the grammar of a being, not of a state. Hell, the Hebrew word Sheol, enlarged her appetite, says Isaiah, and opened her mouth without measure, the mouth without measure, the lips that touch the ground while the tongue reaches the stars. We are reading Mot in the Bible, 3,000 years after the city of Ugarit fell and his tablets were buried. This is the way myths actually die, not by being defeated, by being absorbed into other myths, their shapes carried forward in the new theology, even after their names have been forgotten. Mot is not worshipped now. No one has poured a libation to him in 3,000 years. But the idea of him, death as an appetite, death as a mouth that opens wider than the sky, death as a being to be reckoned with rather than a condition to be undergone, survives, embedded in the religious texts of 3 of the great monotheistic religions, hidden in the word for death itself. We travel west and south now, out of the small kingdoms of Canaan, along the coast, into the long, narrow valley that the Nile cuts through the desert. Egypt, the great river civilization that has watched its agricultural cycle proceed for 5,000 years on the rise and fall of a single river, the land that for 3,000 years was the most sophisticated and architecturally elaborate culture on earth, and whose imagination of the afterlife was, by some considerable margin, the most architecturally elaborate any culture has ever produced. The Sumerians, just before we left Mesopotamia, imagined Kernugi's 7 gates. The Canaanites we have just walked through imagined Mot's great mouth and his house without a door. The Egyptians, when they turn their attention to what waits in the dark, produced something different in kind from either of these. They produced maps, detailed, color-coded, carefully labeled maps of every region of the Underworld, painted on the walls of royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, copied onto papyrus scrolls, and buried with the dead, so that the dead would have a guidebook. The Egyptians did not gesture at the Underworld with poetic vagueness. They surveyed it. They drew it. They made it as architecturally specific as the tomb complexes they built on the west bank of the Nile to house their own bodies after death. And the realm they mapped was called the Duat, the dim region beneath the world, where the sun travels each night, and the dead live forever after they cross. And presiding over the deepest chamber of it all, the Green King on his throne, the most just judge in all of mythology, the one figure in every underworld we visit tonight who had himself been dead before he became its ruler, sat Osiris. The road to the Duat begins where the sun sets. This is the foundational geographic fact of the Egyptian underworld, and the one that distinguishes it most sharply from almost every other one we will visit tonight. The Duat is not strictly underground, the way Hell's realm is underground, or Mictlan, or Diu. The Duat is where the sun goes, the realm the sun god Ra enters each evening when he sinks below the western horizon, and from which he emerges, transformed, every dawn in the east. Geography and astronomy are not separable in the Egyptian imagination. The sun's nightly journey is the underworld structure. The hours of the night through which the sun travels are the regions of the Duat, and the dead travel with the sun. When a person died in ancient Egypt, when their body was prepared with the 70-day ritual of mummification, when their organs were placed in the 4 canopic jars, when their tomb was sealed with the spells and the offerings necessary for the journey ahead, their soul did not, as in other traditions, take a separate road. The soul boarded the boat of Ra, the same solar bark on which the sun god travelled. Every night of every year, through the 12 hours of darkness, the dead became, in a sense, passengers on the cosmic vehicle that the universe itself was using to navigate the night. This is why the western horizon was so sacred in Egyptian religion. Amenti, the west, was simultaneously the direction where the sun set, the location of the great royal necropolis on the west bank of the Nile, and the gateway to the Duat. The dead were said to go to the west, to enter Amenti, to follow the same path the sun took when it disappeared into the horizon, descending into the body of the sky goddess Nut, who swallowed Ra each evening and gave birth to him again each dawn. Once across the horizon, the boat of Ra entered the first region of the Duat, and the journey through the night began. 12 hours, 12 regions, 12 gates, each region marked by its own quality of dark and its own population of beings and its own particular danger or trial. This is the central architectural genius of the Egyptian underworld. The Duat is not one place, it is 12 places, in sequence, traversed in order. The dead and Ra and the gods who travelled with him moved from one to the next as the night moved from 1 hour to the next. And between each region stood a gate. The gates of the Duat were not casual passages. The Egyptian Book of Gates, one of several great funerary texts inscribed on royal tomb walls in the New Kingdom, devotes an entire chapter to each gate, describing in painstaking detail the guardians who stood at it, the demons who served the guardians, the password or magical formula required to pass, the geography that opened beyond. Each gate was guarded by a deity, often with the head of an animal, a jackal, a crocodile, a serpent, a lion. Each gate had walls that were sometimes lined with poisonous spears, with flames, with sharpened blades. Each gate would only open to a soul who could speak the secret name of its guardian. The Egyptian theological principle being that to know a being's true name was to have authority over them, and that no being would yield passage to a soul who could not demonstrate this knowledge. This is why the Egyptian dead were buried with books, specifically with copies of the Book of the Dead, the great compendium of spells that the deceased would need at every stage of the journey. The Book of the Dead is, in its essence, a guidebook to passing the gates of the Duat. It contains the names of every guardian, the formulas to be recited, the declarations to be made, the prayers and spells and assertions that would allow the dead person's soul to move from region to region without being detained or destroyed. The Egyptian dead did not arrive at the gates of the underworld unprepared. They arrived with a library. They had studied. They had memorized. They had been buried with the very text that would tell them, at each gate, the words to speak. A culture that valued literacy in the living also valued it in the dead. and a soul that did not know the correct names would not be allowed to pass. And what did the dead see as they moved from hour to hour through the regions of the night? Each region had its own character. The first hour, the watercourse of Ra, as the texts call it, was a river along whose banks great fire-breathing serpents coiled, their flame the only light. The boat moved slowly. In the cabin sat Ra, the sun god, in his nightly state, described in the texts as dead or comatose, weakened by the passage from day into night, dependent on the gods who travelled with him to defend him from what was coming. In the prow stood Wetwawit, the opener of the ways, the jackal god whose particular role was to clear the path before the solar bark. Around the cabin, a company of gods stood guard. The second hour, the third hour, the fourth, each one a separate land, each one with its own deities and its own dangers. In the third region, the great kingdom of Osiris himself was first visible, with the dead being marshalled and judged along the banks. In the fourth region, the land of Sokar, the falcon-headed god of the dead, the boat had to be towed across vast, featureless desert by gods walking ahead of it on foot, because the river itself ran dry in this hour. In the fifth region, hidden deep beneath a mountain of sand, the secret kingdom of Sokar lay, guarded by two sphinx-like figures with the bodies of lions and the faces of men. And throughout the journey, in every hour, in every region, the threat that gave the entire passage its weight. Apep. Apep was the great serpent of chaos, the cosmic enemy of the sun, the being whose entire purpose, since the first morning of the first day, had been to prevent the sun from rising again. Every night, in the Duat, Apep waited for Ra's boat to pass, and every night, Apep attacked. The Egyptians imagined Apep with a precision that I find quietly remarkable. He was enormous. The texts describe him as so large that no measurement could contain him. A being whose body coiled through whole regions of the Duat at once. He had no eyes that could be looked into. He was, in the deepest sense, not a person, not even an evil person, the way the Norse Loki is a person, or the Greek Hades is a person, but a kind of cosmic anti-principle, the embodied refusal of the universe's ordered functioning. If Ma'at, the goddess of truth and cosmic order, was what kept the world working, Apep was what would unmake it if he ever won. And so every night, Ra had to be defended. The gods who travelled with him fought. Seth, the same Seth who had murdered Osiris, his brother, was, in this nightly context, transformed into the great defender of the solar bark, the warrior who stood at the prow with his spear and struck at the serpent every time it lunged. The other gods chanted spells. The dead themselves, the souls who travelled with Ra, were expected to help, to recite the spells they had been buried with, to add their voices to the cosmic struggle that was happening around them. Apep, every night, was wounded, cut, bound, driven back. Sometimes, in the text, he was eaten, pieces of his body devoured by the gods, his serpent flesh consumed to weaken him further. But he was never finally killed. He could not be. He was the eternal counter-principle, and his struggle with Ra was not a story with an ending. It was the cycle that made the days happen. Every dawn was Apep's defeat for that night. Every sunset was Apep returning, alive again, to renew the war. And the dead, riding the boat through this nightly battle, were not spectators. They were participants. The Egyptian dead helped fight the Chaos Serpent. Their voices added to the chorus that drove Apep back. The journey through the Duat was, for them, both a passage to their own judgment and an enlistment in the cosmic defense of order itself. And then, in the 7th hour, the boat arrived at the most important chamber in the entire Egyptian afterlife. The chamber that has, more than any other image from Egyptian religion, lodged itself permanently in the modern imagination. The Hall of Two Truths, Marti, the Hall of Mart. This is where the dead were judged. The hall was vast. It had 2 doors, one through which the dead entered, one through which they would, if found worthy, leave. The walls were lined with deities. In the center of the floor stood a great set of scales, a balance with 2 pans, suspended from a beam, the most sacred mechanical object in the entire Egyptian religion. And presiding over the hall, on a throne at the far end, sat the green-skinned king. But before the dead reached Osiris's throne, they had to face the 42 assessors. This is one of the most distinctive features of Egyptian judgment, and one that has no real parallel in any other underworld we will visit tonight. 42 divine judges, one for each of the 42 nomes, the administrative districts of Egypt, sat along the walls of the hall, each one specialized in the judgment of a single specific sin. The Egyptian afterlife judgment was not a single overarching verdict. It was a 42-part examination, with each judge asking the dead to demonstrate that they had not committed the particular wrong that judge oversaw. And so the dead, standing in the hall before 42 divine faces, recited what the Egyptians called the negative confession. They went around the hall, addressing each judge by name, for the dead had memorized the names, and declaring that they had not committed the specific sin that judge specialized in. "I have not killed," they declared. "I have not stolen. I have not cheated in the weighing of goods. I have not blasphemed against any god. I have not made anyone weep. I have not increased my wealth except by my own labor. I have not snatched the milk from the mouths of children. I have not driven cattle from their pastures. I have not poached fish from sacred ponds. I have not stopped the flow of water in its season." 42 such declarations, each one specific, each one addressed to a named judge. The 42 assessors listened and assessed and noted, and then the heart was weighed. This is the image that has endured, the single visual moment from Egyptian religion that has, more than any other, embedded itself in the imagination of every culture that has subsequently encountered the tradition. The weighing of the heart. On one side of the scales, the heart of the deceased was placed. The Egyptians believed that the heart, not the brain, was the seat of conscience, of memory, of moral judgment, of everything that made a person who they were. The heart contained the record of every action the person had taken in their life, every word they had spoken, every thought they had entertained. The Egyptian heart was the soul's ledger. It carried the whole accounting. On the other side of the scales, a single feather was placed, the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth, of cosmic order, of the fundamental rightness of things. We have stood beside her before, in our journey through the psychopoms. She's the goddess who is rarely shown doing anything dramatic, who stands or sits or simply is. The single ostrich feather rising from her headband, the only ornament she needs, because she does not have to act to be powerful. She only has to be measured against the lightest possible weight, the weight of truth itself. And the scales were watched. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, the one whose hands were perfectly steady, whose impartiality the Egyptians took as foundational, administered the weighing. He held the scales level. He waited. The heart went into one pan, and the feather went into the other, and either the scales balanced, or they did not. If the heart was lighter than the feather, or equal to it, if the life the heart contained had been weighed against truth and found to match, the deceased was declared Maheru, true of voice. The verdict was good. The doors of the hall opened, and the soul was led onward by Horus, the falcon-headed son of Osiris, into the kingdom of the Green King, and to whatever waited beyond him. If the heart was heavier than the feather, if the life the heart contained had been weighed against truth and found wanting, a different fate awaited. Beside the scales, watching, sat a creature that was one of the most terrible beings in any mythology. Amit, the Devourer, a composite monster with the head of a crocodile, the front quarters of a lion, the rear quarters of a hippopotamus, the three most dangerous animals in the Egyptian Nile Valley combined into one being. Amit ate the unworthy hearts, not the bodies of the dead, the hearts, which contained everything that had made the deceased who they were. And once the heart was eaten, the soul was gone, not punished, not tormented, annihilated. The Egyptians did not imagine eternal damnation for the wicked. They imagined eternal non-existence. The truly unworthy soul simply ceased to be. And throughout the entire process, the recitation to the 42 assessors, the weighing of the heart against the feather, the verdict, Osiris sat on his throne at the far end of the hall and watched. This is where we finally meet the Green King of the dead. He sits on a throne at the top of 9 steps. The steps are arranged in a particular pattern, and on each step stands a god, the great Ennead of 9 deities who form Osiris's council, each one a witness to the judgment being conducted before them. The throne itself is high. The image one is meant to receive, walking into the hall as the dead, is one of absolute solemnity. The assembled gods of Egypt, arranged in a tiered formation, all of them watching the soul who has just arrived. Osiris himself is depicted in a way that no other death god in any mythology we will visit tonight is depicted. He is wrapped in the bandages of the mummified dead. His arms are crossed over his chest, holding the crook and the flail, the 2 symbols of royal authority that every Egyptian pharaoh held in life. He wears the white crown of Upper Egypt, the Atef, a tall conical headpiece with 2 feathers on either side, and his skin is green, the color of new growth, the color of the Nile's fertile silt after the annual flood, the color of the plants that come up from seeds buried in the ground, the color of resurrection, of the life that comes from what has died and been replanted. The Egyptian god of the dead was the color of growing things. Hold this image for a moment, because it is one of the most quietly extraordinary theological statements in any mythology. Osiris is wrapped like a corpse, and he is the color of new vegetation. The 2 iconographic facts are not in tension. They are the same statement. He has died, and he is also alive. He has been buried, and he is also growing. He is the visible sign that death, in the Egyptian understanding, is not an ending, but a transformation. and the form of the transformation is exactly the form of his body, mummified and green at the same time. And how he came to look like that, wrapped and green, dead and growing, on a throne at the center of the Underworld, is the story that explains why he is the most just judge in any mythology I know. Osiris was the first king of Egypt, the first, the greatest, the one whose reign was the Golden Age, the time of abundance and justice and order, when the land was green and the people were governed well, and the gods and the humans existed in something approaching right relationship. He taught humanity civilization itself. He taught them agriculture, how to plant grain in the silt of the Nile and harvest it. He taught them law, how to govern themselves with justice. He taught them ritual and the art and the proper conduct of a life. Under Osiris, the Egyptian sources tell us, the world knew what it was supposed to be, and his brother Set killed him. Set, the god of chaos and the desert and the violent wind, the one whose name still echoes in the English word Satan by the long erosion of borrowed mythologies, had always resented Osiris, resented the favoritism, resented the primacy, resented the golden kingdom that belonged to his brother by the accident of birth order, and he devised a trap. He commissioned a magnificent coffin, cedar wood, inlaid with gold and precious stones, the most beautiful sarcophagus that had ever been made. He had it crafted to the exact dimensions of his brother's body, so precisely measured that no one else in the world would fit inside it. Then he brought it to a great feast that he had arranged, and he offered it as a gift to whichever of the guests it fit. One by one, the guests tried. None of them fitted. Their shoulders were too narrow, or their legs were too long, or their hips were too broad. And then Osiris climbed in, and the coffin fit him exactly. Set slammed the lid. He sealed it with molten lead. He had the coffin thrown into the Nile, and the river carried it away, out toward the sea, out toward the Mediterranean coast, away from anyone who might have rescued the king who lay sealed inside it. Isis was Osiris's wife, and she was also his sister, for the Egyptian creation, like the Japanese one, had paired its primordial deities as sibling spouses. She was, by all accounts, the most powerful magician in the entire Egyptian pantheon, the wisest goddess, the one whose secret name held power even over Ra himself. When she discovered what Set had done, she went after the coffin. She found it, eventually, far up the coast of what is now Lebanon, where the river had carried it, and a great tree had grown around it. She recovered the coffin. She brought Osiris's body back to Egypt, intending to perform the proper funerary rites that would allow him at least to rest as a king should rest. But Set found the coffin a second time, and this time he was not content with sealing it. He took the body out of the coffin, and he cut it into pieces. 14 pieces, in most tellings, 16 in others. He scattered the pieces across Egypt, into the Nile, into the marshes of the Delta, into the deserts to the south, into every corner of the kingdom that had been Osiris's, and was now to be his. The body could not be simply recovered now. The destruction was complete. The pharaoh had been dismembered and scattered, and that, Set thought, was the end of Osiris. But Isis did not give up. She and her sister, Nephthys, the two great mourning goddesses of the Egyptian tradition, went out to find the pieces. They searched the marshes. They searched the riverbanks. They searched every nome, every village, every place a piece of a god's body might be. They found them, one by the use of Isis's magic and the patience of two sisters who would not accept that this was how the story ended. 13 of the 14 pieces, or 15 of the 16, were eventually gathered. The one piece they could not find, in the most quietly tragic detail of the entire myth, was the phallus. A fish in the Nile had swallowed it, and the fish could not be found. Isis fashioned a replacement from gold. And then she did something that no one in any mythology I know had ever done before. She reassembled the dismembered god. She placed the pieces in their proper arrangement. She wrapped them in linen bandages. The first mummification, the original of all the mummifications that Egyptian priests would perform on the dead for the next 3,000 years. She spoke the spells of restoration, and she breathed life back into what she had reassembled. Osiris breathed. He spoke. He was, in some sense, alive again. Not the full life of a living man. That was no longer possible, because pieces of him had been lost or replaced with gold. But something, a different kind of life. A life that was not the life of the upper world. He could not stay above ground. The reassembly had been miraculous, but it had not undone the murder. He could not be the king of the living again, the way he had been before Set sealed him in the coffin. So he descended. He went down into the Duat, the very realm we have been walking through tonight. And he took the throne at the heart of it. And he has been there ever since. This is where the theological genius of the Egyptian afterlife reveals itself. Osiris is the only major death god in any tradition we will visit tonight who had himself been dead before he became the ruler of the dead. Ereshkigal was taken into the dark while still a girl. Hell was thrown into Niflheim while still a child. Hades drew the short straw in a lottery. Tuoni and Yama and Miklantekutli all governed kingdoms they had not personally inhabited as dead beings. Even Izanami, who died in childbirth and ended up in Yomi, did not first die and then return. She simply went there and stayed. Osiris is different. Osiris was murdered. Osiris was dismembered. Osiris was scattered across an entire country in pieces. Osiris was reassembled, breath by breath, by a woman who refused to let his death be the end. And only then, only after he had been through every stage of what death does to a body, only after he had been completely undone and then completely put back together, did he descend to the Duat and take his throne. This is why, in the Egyptian theology, he is the most just of all judges. Not because he is simply impartial. Anubis provides that, with his perfect steadiness at the scales. Not because he has the authority to be just. Many gods have authority. But because he knows what dying actually costs. He has been through it. He understands from the inside what it means to be dismembered and lost, to be scattered into pieces that have to be searched for one by one, to lie waiting in fragments for someone with enough love and enough magic to put you back together. He is compassionate in the specific way that only first-hand experience teaches, and the dead who arrive in his hall know this. They are not standing before a deity who has only ever observed mortality from a distance. They are standing before the God who died first, the one whose story is, in some sense, the original of their own story, and who therefore can be trusted to weigh their hearts with the understanding of someone who has stood where they are standing now. And what waited? beyond the judgment, for the souls who were declared Macheru, true of voice, worthy. Aru, the field of reeds, the Egyptian paradise. This is one of the loveliest details in the entire Egyptian afterlife, and one that distinguishes it sharply from the otherwise dim and trial-filled tone of the journey through the Duat. Aru was not a celestial heaven floating in the clouds. It was not a spiritual abstraction. It was. And this is the detail to hold on to. An idealized, agrarian version of the Nile Delta itself. The Egyptians, who lived on the most fertile agricultural land in the ancient world, imagined the reward for a worthy life as more of that same land, but perfected. Endless fertile fields, canals dividing islands of grain, inexhaustible harvests, the grain growing tall and ripe, the fish in the canals plentiful, the cattle fat and well watered. The Egyptian dead worked in their afterlife, but they worked with no fear of failed harvest, no fear of locusts, no fear of the Nile flooding too high or too low. They lived in the version of their own daily life that they had always wanted and never quite had while alive. Aru was a delta. Specifically, it was the delta as it should have been. The same crops the Egyptians grew in life were the crops they would harvest in death. The same labor, but rewarded. The same fields, but rendered eternal. The Egyptian paradise was not the absence of work. It was work that no longer carried any risk of want. The peasant's daydream, made into theology, made into eternity. And presiding over Aru, in some accounts, receiving the worthy dead in his fields, the way a king receives his subjects in his palace gardens, was Osiris himself. Not just the judge in the hall of two truths, but the king of the green country beyond it, the green god whose color was the color of the growing crops, sitting in the center of the great agricultural paradise his people had imagined as the reward for a life of work and land that did not always cooperate. So what does the Egyptian underworld tell us about how this culture understood death? It tells us first that the Egyptians imagined death as a journey one could prepare for. Unlike the cultures who imagined death as a sudden seizure, or as an inevitable subtraction, or as a being swallowed by an insatiable mouth, the Egyptians imagined it as a passage, long, difficult, dangerous, but navigable. The dead could be equipped. The dead could be taught. The dead could carry a guidebook. The whole apparatus of Egyptian funerary practice, the 70 days of mummification, the spells inscribed on tomb walls, the book of the dead buried with every prosperous corpse, the careful preservation of the heart and the organs, was preparation for a journey the deceased was about to undertake. The Egyptians did not pretend death was unfamiliar or untraveled territory. They had maps. They had guidebooks. They had passwords. They were the most prepared dead in the ancient world. It tells us, second, that the Egyptians imagined the universe as moral, and specifically, as morally specific. The 42 assessors do not weigh general virtue. They each weigh one particular sin. The judgment is not abstract. It is granular. Did you steal? Did you lie? Did you cheat in the weighing of grain? Did you make children weep? Did you stop the flow of water in its season? The Egyptian universe knew exactly what wrongs were possible, and it had a divine judge specialized for each one. The dead were held accountable, not to a single all-purpose verdict, but to a checklist, prepared by a culture that had thought, in great detail, about what counts as moral wrongdoing. And it tells us, third, and this is the part that I find most theologically extraordinary, that the Egyptians chose for their judge of the dead the god who had himself died first. They could have appointed any of their deities to the throne in the Hall of Two Truths. They chose the one who had been murdered and dismembered and scattered and gathered and reassembled, the one whose own resurrection was incomplete, the one whose body still carried the absences of what could not be recovered, the one whose green skin was the visible sign that his death was not finally undone, but only transformed. The Egyptian dead were judged by a judge who knew in his own body what they had just been through. The judge who was the color of new growth. The judge who had been a corpse and was now a king. The judge whose throne was a chair at the top of 9 steps in the most carefully mapped underworld any culture has ever imagined, and whose verdict on the soul standing before him was delivered with the compassion of someone who had already himself stood where they were standing. We travel west now, out of Egypt, across the Mediterranean, into the world that received Egyptian theology and rewrote it for its own purposes, and that produced in the process the underworld whose architecture has shaped the Western imagination of death ever since. Greece, the Aegean and its island, the peninsular world of the city-states and the philosophers, the sailors and the poets, the people who built temples on hilltops and wrote tragedies that are still performed 3,000 years later, and whose imagination of the dead has, more than any other we will visit tonight, leaked into the imagination of every culture that has come after them. The Greeks did not invent the idea that the dead went somewhere. We have walked already through the underworlds of Sumer and Canaan and Egypt, every one of them imagined long before the Greeks did, and we will walk in the chapters still to come tonight, and in the second part of this journey, through many more: Slavic Nav and Finnish Tuonela, Norse Hel and Arctic Adlivan, Japanese Yomi and Aztec Mictlan, and beyond. The Greek kingdom was neither the first nor the last to imagine death's architecture. What the Greeks did was draw the map differently. They took the long inherited Indo-European traditions about what waited beneath the world, and they organized that material into something with provinces, judges named rivers, a single absolute gate, and 2 thrones at the center. They produced an underworld that was, like the Egyptian one, but in a different idiom, architecturally complete. And they were so specific about it that 2,500 years later, we still walk through their geography as though it were ours. Tonight, we walk through it as the Greeks imagined it. Not their philosophy of death, not their gods seen in isolation, but the place itself as a place, the way you would walk through any country whose ruler you have come to meet, taking in the landscape on your way, learning what kind of kingdom this is by what you have to pass through to reach the center of it. It begins, as every journey through this kingdom begins, with the gentlest of the gods, Thanatos, the god of the act of dying itself, made into a person. He has appeared briefly at the edges of our earlier journeys. Hypnos' twin, the dark flower where his brother carries the bright one, the second of the 2 figures the ancient artists loved to paint side by side as identical winged young men, distinguishable only by the color of what they held. Sleep on one side, death on the other, almost the same. Tonight, Thanatos has his proper moment, because he is where everything else in this kingdom begins. He is not a ruler. He governs no province, sits on no throne, sets no law. He is something both smaller and more universal than that. He is the moment itself, the slowing of the breath, the loosening of the body's grip on the world it has been inhabiting, the soft release that marks the boundary between alive and not. He is described consistently in every source that mentions him as gentle, the death that comes without violence, the death of the very old, or the death that arrives at its proper time in its proper way, when a life has finished what it had to do and is ready to be released from it. Not every death belongs to him. The sudden ones, the violent ones, the deaths of children and the unjustly taken, those belong to the Keres, the darker spirits who share his mother, but not his nature. Thanatos takes only the deaths that have come on time, and the hand he lays on you when your time has come is the first hand that touches you on the long road that is about to follow, because the moment he releases you, someone else is already waiting. Hermes. You will remember him, the messenger of the gods, the only Olympian who moves freely through all three realms, the figure we walked beside in our journey through the Psychopomps, when we watched him raise his golden caduceus, and the newly dead gathered around it the way iron gathers around a magnet. Hermes is the escort. He does not cause death, and he does not judge it. He simply knows the road, and he walks beside you on it. Not slowly, not solemnly, simply efficiently, with a practiced manner of someone who has done this exact walk more times than any other being who has ever existed. He leads you to the water, specifically, in most tellings, to the bank of the Styx, though the ancient sources sometimes disagree on which river is the first one, and we will come to all of them shortly. What matters here is what waits at the water. Charon, ancient, gaunt, leaning on his pole. The ferryman. He has been doing this for so long that there is no version of the Greek mythology in which he is not already old. Hermes hands you to him at the water's edge, and then Charon, for the price of a single coin pressed between your lips by the people who loved you in your living life, buried with you for exactly this purpose, exactly this moment, poles you across. Thanatos lays his hand on you. Hermes walks you to the river. Charon takes you across. That is the relay. That is how a soul comes to be standing on the far bank of the Styx in the kingdom of Hades, not abandoned at the threshold, not left to find its own way, but carried by three pairs of careful hands, all the way to the place where the kingdom proper begins. Here is what nearly everyone agreed on. There were 5 rivers in total, and each one carried a different quality of grief. The Styx, black, oath-bound, wound 7 times around the kingdoms in some tellings, and 9 times in others. More a wall than a river. So sacred that the gods themselves swore their most binding oaths upon its waters, on pain of a punishment so severe that even immortals feared to break their word once it had been given. This is the border. This is the river. The gods themselves do not cross lightly. The Acheron, the river of woe, the first water, wide and slow, and the color the sky goes just before a storm breaks. Some of the older sources call this the river of the crossing, rather than the Styx. the two of them feeding into one another deep beneath the surface of the kingdom, the way all the Underworld's waters eventually feed into each other. A kingdom this old has had a great many cartographers, and none of them have ever fully agreed on which water comes first. The Osiris, the river of wailing, named for the sound that rises from it. Not words, not screaming exactly, but the low, continuous lamentation of grief that has gone on so long it has stopped being an event and become a condition. The river runs through the kingdom, and the sound runs with it, the way a smell sometimes carries on water for miles after its source. The phlegethon, fire instead of water. A river that burns rather than flows, winding down into the deepest part of the kingdom, where the worst of what waits there is kept. Some tellings say it carries the souls of the wicked down toward the pit. Others say it is the pit's outermost moat, the first sign you have come too far. And the Lethe, the gentlest of the five, and in some ways, the most unsettling, the river of forgetting. It runs through a plain of poplar trees, circling the cave where Hypnos sleeps. We have stood at that cave before, in our journey through the Dream Keepers, and felt how close sleep and forgetting and death lie to one another in the Greek imagination. The souls who are bound for the grey fields of the ordinary dead drink from the Lethe before they arrive there, not as punishment, as mercy of a kind. They forget the life they had, the people they loved, the wanting that made them human, so that what is left of them can rest inside the forgetting, rather than ache for what it no longer fully remembers having lost. 5 rivers, 5 different things grief can sound like, depending on which one of them you cross. And then, at the threshold itself, not a river this time, but a body, Cerberus, 3 heads. The old sources agree on this much, though they disagree about almost everything else. A mane of living, hissing serpents in some accounts, a serpent for a tail in nearly all of them, a temperament that is less savage than simply absolute. Cerberus does not negotiate. He does not need to. His task has exactly one clause, and he has never once failed to enforce it. He lets the dead in. He does not let them out. That is the whole of his law, and it is a law that holds regardless of who is asking. He let Orpheus pass on the way down, charmed for a moment by music, sweeter than anything that had ever been played at the gates of the dead. He let Heracles wrestle him into submission and drag him briefly into the daylight world as the final and most impossible of his labors, and then watched, unbothered, as the hero brought him straight back. He is not malice. He is procedure with teeth, the single living reminder at the edge of the kingdom that the border only runs one direction. Past Cerberus, the kingdom opens, and it is not. The ancient sources are fairly consistent on this point, one undivided dark. It is provinces. The Asphodel meadows come first, and they are where almost everyone ends up. The grey fields, neither reward nor punishment. The vast pale plain, where the ordinary dead drift in the same colourless light forever. The lives they led having been neither remarkable enough for glory, nor terrible enough for torment. This is the largest province by far. Most people, in the Greek understanding, were simply people, and the afterlife the Greeks built for them was accordingly simply afterlife. Quiet, grey, undemanding. The long, pale field, where nothing especially good or especially bad happens to you ever again. Tartarus lies beneath even that. Not just lower in elevation, but lower in kind, a pit so deep that the poet Hesiod tells us a bronze anvil dropped from the surface of the earth would fall for 9 days before it ever struck the bottom of the world, and then another 9 days before it reached Tartarus itself from there. This is where the worst of the punished are kept, and where the worst of the cosmically dangerous are imprisoned. The Titans, after their war with the younger gods was lost, Tantalus stands here, forever reaching for fruit that lifts away and water that recedes the instant he bends to drink it, punished with the one thing that makes every kind of suffering worse, a need that can never, not once, be satisfied. Sisyphus pushes his boulder here, eternally, the top of the hill arriving, and then immediately not arriving, over and over, the famous absurd labor that has come to stand in the centuries since, for every kind of effort that produces nothing but more of the same effort. And then, set apart from both, Elysium, the Isles of the Blessed in some tellings, a literal cluster of islands in a sea within the underworld itself, reserved for heroes, for the virtuous, for those few who had lived in such a way that the ordinary grey field could not contain what they deserved. Sunlight reaches Elysium, the old poets insist, though there is no sun in the kingdom of the dead. Flowers grow there. It is the one part of Hades's entire domain that does not feel like loss. 3 provinces. 3 entirely different qualities of being dead, depending on 3 entirely different qualities of having lived. Which leaves a question worth pausing on. Who decides? Who looks at the soul standing on the far bank of the Styx, freshly arrived, the coin still warm in its mouth, and determines which of these 3 places it belongs in? Which province receives it? Where it spends the rest of forever? The answer, in the Greek tradition, is not who you would expect. It is not Hades. The king of the kingdom is not the one doing the sorting. That work belongs to 3 other figures entirely. 3 mortals, in fact. 3 former kings of the living world, who in their lifetimes had been so renowned for their fairness, so reliably just in their judgments, that the gods rewarded them after death with the task of judging everyone who came after. Minos, the old king of Crete, son of Zeus and Europa, who in life had been the great lawgiver of his island, said to have received his laws directly from his divine father in a cave on Mount Ida every 9 years. After his death, the gods appointed him to cast the deciding vote at the threshold of the underworld whenever the other 2 judges could not agree. Rhadamanthus, Minos' brother, equally a son of Zeus and Europa, equally renowned in life for the absolute incorruptibility of his decisions. He judges the souls of the East, the souls of those who live their lives in the eastern half of the known world. Aeacus, the third, the son of Zeus and the nymph Aegina, a king so just in his lifetime that he was given the role of holding the keys of the underworld and judging the souls of the West. 3 former mortals, 3 living kings transformed by their own integrity into the bureaucracy of the afterlife. They sit together at the place where the dead are sorted, and they are entirely unmoved by rank or wealth, or the reputation a soul carried in life. The emperor and the beggar stand before the same 3 judges. Neither one gets a different hearing. I find this detail, every time I return to it, quietly remarkable. The Greeks, who were not exactly democratic about most things, imagined the most consequential decision a soul could ever face: the assignment to Tartarus or Asphodel or Elysium. the shape of the entirety of forever, being made by 3 dead human beings rather than by any god, as if the most reliable measure of a life was not divine omniscience, but the careful, ordinary, hard-won judgment of people who had themselves once lived, as if only someone who had been mortal could properly understand what mortality was worth. And so the kingdom takes its shape. 5 rivers, 1 absolute gate, 3 provinces, 3 former kings standing at the place where the sorting happens, and at the center of all of it, the throne, Hades. He is the most profoundly misunderstood figure in Greek mythology, and I think it is worth saying this clearly before we go any further. He is not evil, he is not cruel, he is not malicious, he is not the enemy, he is not the Greek version of the devil. He is, in fact, one of the most just figures in the entire Olympian tradition, a ruler who governs his realm with strict but fair exactitude, who enforces the laws of the dead without favoritism, who is actually, in many ways, easier to deal with than his brothers. He simply rules somewhere nobody wants to be. How he came to rule there is itself worth telling, because it explains nearly everything about him. At the beginning of the ordered world, after the great war against the Titans, after Zeus and his siblings had clawed their way to dominance over the cosmos their father had ruled before them, 3 brothers stood and divided everything that existed between them. They drew lots. Zeus drew the sky. Poseidon drew the sea. Hades drew the underworld. Nobody wanted the underworld. This is implicit in every telling of the story. Nobody drew for it hoping to win. Hades accepted it because the lot had fallen to him, and because he was, whatever else he was, honorable about accepting what the lot decided. But he did not want it. He is the only major Olympian who does not live on Olympus. He cannot. His realm is underground, permanent, and requires his presence, while Zeus holds court in the sky, and Poseidon ranges the seas, and the other gods visit each other's domains and attend the great feasts and involve themselves in the lives of mortals with a freedom that makes the Olympian world seem almost festive. Hades stays below, governing, presiding, ensuring that the dead remain dead and the laws of the underworld are observed. He appears rarely in the myths, and when he does, it is usually because someone has tried to escape his realm or circumvent its rules. Orpheus sang his way past him. Sisyphus tricked him twice. Heracles wrestled Cerberus at his gates. In almost every case, Hades' response is measured, not the explosive rage of Zeus, not the brooding resentment of Poseidon. He makes exceptions, rarely, when the case warrants it. He sets conditions. He is, fundamentally, a judge, rather than a tyrant. He is the king who drew the short straw, who stays when the others visit, who keeps everything running while the feasts happen above him in the sky. And he did not rule alone for long. There is a story that has to be told here, because without it, the throne is only half a throne, half of an explanation, half of what the kingdom is. Beside Hades, on a throne equal in everything but the color of the stone it was cut from, sits Persephone. Her story begins above ground, in the bright world, where she was simply Core, the girl, the maiden, the daughter of Demeter, the harvest goddess. She was gathering flowers in a meadow on an ordinary spring day. The old hymn that tells her story lingers on the flowers deliberately, naming them one by one, as if to slow time down before what is about to happen. Roses, crocuses, violets, irises, hyacinths. and then planted there by Zeus himself, the sources say, as a lure, a single narcissus, more beautiful and more fragrant than any other flower that had ever grown, blooming with 100 heads from a single root. Kor reached for it. The earth split open beneath her. Hades rose from the ground in his chariot, drawn by his immortal black horses, and took her. Not asked. Took. He carried her down into the dark before she had finished reaching for the flower that had drawn her there, and the earth closed back over the place where she had been standing, as if nothing had happened. Above ground, Demeter searched. For 9 days she searched without eating, without bathing, without resting, carrying torches through every dark place a missing daughter might be. On the 10th day, Helios the sun, who sees everything that happens beneath his light, told her at last what had occurred and who had done it. Demeter's grief became fury, and her fury became consequence. She withdrew her blessing from the earth entirely. Nothing grew. The fields turned to dust. The harvests failed. Humanity began, quite simply, to starve, and the gods who depended on human sacrifice and human worship began to feel the absence of it. The world above became, in its own way, a kind of underworld, pale, exhausted, grieving, until even Zeus could no longer ignore what his brother had done. It was Zeus, in the end, who intervened. He sent Hermes down into the kingdom with an order Hades could not refuse. Return her. Hades did not refuse, but before Persephone left, he gave her something to eat, a pomegranate, 6 seeds, in most tellings. Small, deliberate, easy to miss the significance of in the moment. The old law of the kingdom was absolute and very simple. Anyone who eats the food of the dead belongs, from that moment forward, partly to the dead. Some versions of the story insist Persephone was tricked into it, that she did not understand what the seeds would cost her. Other versions are more unsettling, and I think more honest about what it means to spend time somewhere and have that time change you. She ate them herself, knowingly, whether out of hunger or curiosity, or the first faint pull of something she did not yet have a word for. The sources do not agree, but the effect was the same, regardless of the reason. She was bound. The compromise that followed shaped the seasons themselves. For the months corresponding to the number of seeds she had eaten, Persephone would return to the underworld each year, and Demeter's grief would freeze the world above into winter. For the rest of the year, she would rise back into the daylight, and the earth would bloom again with relief at having her back. This is the part of her story everyone is taught first. It is not a comfortable one. Nothing about the abduction should be smoothed over or excused. But it is also not the whole of what the Greeks came, in time, to believe about her. Because the Persephone who returns to the underworld each year is not the same girl who reached for a narcissus in a sunlit meadow. She returns as a queen. The ancient sources are explicit and consistent on this point in a way that surprises people who only know the abduction part of her story. Persephone, in the underworld, becomes a figure of genuine authority, queen of the dead, co-ruler, a being whose power in that realm is real, and whose return to the upper world each year is the mechanism of the seasons themselves. She receives petitioners. She hears requests. She sets terms of her own that even Hades does not override. When Orpheus came down with his lyre, pleading for Eurydice, it was Persephone who was moved to tears first, and the decision that followed, the one that allowed Eurydice to follow her husband back toward the light on a single fragile condition, was as much hers as Hades's. When Heracles came for Cerberus as the last of his labors, it was the two of them together, not Hades alone, who set the terms under which the hound could be borrowed and must be returned. Whether she came, over time, to love the husband who took her, or whether she simply grew into the authority of the kingdom she found herself ruling and made something entirely of her own out of what had been forced upon her, the tradition does not resolve, and I do not think it should be resolved for her. Both readings exist, side by side, in different tellings by different poets across different centuries, and neither one cancels the other out. The story is allowed to hold both possibilities, the way the year itself holds both summer and winter, the way the kingdom itself holds both punishment and paradise, the way the throne itself holds both the king who never wanted it and the queen who was never supposed to be there at all. What is not in question is the kingdom they run together. It is governed, it has order, it has law. The dead are sorted by 3 former kings and allocated to their appropriate provinces, and the law that governs all of it is held at the center by 2 thrones, not one. The scale of what Hades and Persephone administer between them is vast, and they administer it without rest, without holiday, without the pleasures of Olympus that the other gods enjoy. He is the king who drew the short straw and stayed. She is the girl who was taken and became, against every likelihood, someone the kingdom could not now run without. That is the kingdom of Hades. 5 rivers, 1 absolute gate, 3 provinces, 3 former kings doing the sorting, and at the center of all of it, 2 thrones held by 2 beings whose stories, side by side, are stranger and more layered than either of them taken alone. It is, even now, after every century of being told and retold, one of the most completely imagined places that has ever existed only in the human mind. We travel north and east now. Out of the warm Mediterranean basin we have spent the first part of our journey in, into a different climate and a different kind of forest. Up to this point, we have walked through Underworld shaped by river civilizations and seafaring peoples. The Mesopotamians along the Tigris and Euphrates, the Canaanites at the edge of the Mediterranean, the Egyptians along the Nile, the Greeks across their islands and peninsulas. From here on, for the next stretch of our journey, we move into the colder northern world, the forests, the long winters, the agricultural cultures shaped by ice and frost rather than by sun and flood. And we begin that northward turn with the vast and often overlooked territory of the Slavic world. The Slavic world, the great stretch of Eastern Europe, from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south, from the Oder River in the west to the Urals in the east, the lands that are now Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, the Balkan countries, a territory larger than any other we will visit tonight, populated for thousands of years by peoples speaking related languages and sharing before the arrival of Christianity in the 10th through 13th centuries. A single rich polytheistic mythology that scholars now call the Old Slavic religion. Most of what we know about this mythology is fragmentary. The missionaries who Christianized the Slavs were not careful preservers of what they replaced. They burned the old idols. They suppressed the songs. They built churches on the sites of the old shrines. What survives comes from chronicle accounts, written by Christian scribes who were often hostile to what they were recording. From folk traditions that persisted underground in peasant villages for 1,000 years after the official conversion, from linguistic traces in oaths and place names, and from comparative reconstruction with related Indo-European mythologies. But from the fragments, a death god of extraordinary complexity emerges. A god unlike any other we will meet tonight. A god of the dead, who was also the god of cattle, the god of wealth, the god of music, the god of magic, a god who lived at the bottom of a great cosmic tree, in the wet earth of the underworld, and who was also somehow simultaneously the god of everything that grew above him. His name is Veles. Before we can walk through Veles's underworld, we have to understand the shape of the cosmos the Slavs imagined it inside. The Slavic universe had 3 worlds, and they were arranged vertically, stacked one on top of another like the layers of a great cake, joined by a single tree that ran through all 3, from top to bottom. The tree was an oak, sacred above all other trees to the Slavs, the species under whose branches the great gods were worshipped, and whose lightning-struck specimens were considered direct evidence of divine attention. The tree had a name in some traditions, and was simply the tree in others. What every tradition agreed on was that the cosmos was structured by it, vertically, with the worlds arranged along its trunk. At the top, in the branches, in the canopy, in the highest reaches where the leaves catch the sky, was Prav, the realm of the gods, the place of cosmic order, of the upper deities, of the law and the right and the divinely sanctioned. Prav was where the sky god Perun lived, where the great rulers of the pantheon held their court, where the order of the cosmos was maintained against the chaos that threatened it from below. In the middle, at the trunk, at the visible body of the tree, at the part of the cosmos where the leaves are still attached and the bark is still living, was Yav, the world of human beings, the realm of what is manifest, what is visible, what is here and now. The word Yav in Old Slavic comes from the same root that gives modern Russian its words for obvious, evident, real. Yav is where you and I currently are, and where we have always been, the middle world, the layer between the gods above and the dead below. And at the bottom, in the roots, in the wet earth, in the dark beneath the soil, where worms move and water seeps, and the metal ores form in the deep rock, was Nov. Nav, the Slavic underworld, the realm of the dead. The word comes from the Proto-Slavic root nav, which means corpse, the same root that produced death in nearly every related Indo-European language: Latvian knave, Lithuanian novice, Old Prussian nois, even the Gothic nos. To say nav is to say, etymologically, the place of corpses, though the word has shifted over the centuries to carry the broader meaning of underworld, or the realm of the dead, as the place, rather than the bodies themselves. And what does Nav look like in the Slavic imagination? Not a fiery torment, the way the Christian hell that eventually replaced it looked. Not a grey diminishment like the Sumerian Carnegie. Not a frozen wasteland like the Inuit Adlivan. Nav, in the surviving Slavic sources, is described as a huge green plain, a vast rolling meadow, the kind that anyone who has stood on the Russian steppe in summer will recognize. Endless grass, soft hills, a sky that goes on forever. The Slavs imagine the realm of their dead as a pasture. This is the first thing about the Slavic underworld that distinguishes it from almost every other one we will visit tonight. And I want you to sit with the image for a moment. The dead, in the Slavic tradition, were not punished. They were not weighed against feathers or sorted into provinces. They were brought down through a long descent that we will come to a great open pasture where they rested, where they grazed in the metaphorical sense, the way cattle graze in the literal sense, where the air was sweet and the grass was endless, and the only thing missing was the upper world they had left behind. Some sources distinguish between a light nav, the realm of the benevolent ancestors who could be reached through dreams and offerings, and who sometimes returned to advise the living, and a dark nav where the troubled and malevolent spirits dwelt, the ones who had died badly or done wrong in life, and whose presence in the upper world would be dangerous. But the distinction is not always sharply drawn, and most of the dead, in the ordinary telling, simply went to the green plane. To reach the green plane of Nav, the dead had to cross a river. Like nearly every underworld we have visited so far, the Slavic afterlife is separated from the living world by water. And like nearly every river we have encountered, the Smorodina has its own particular character. The name Smorodina comes from the Slavic word for stink. The stinking river would be a fair translation. The river of the bad smell, the river of decay, the river whose water carries the scent of what has been left behind. But the river is not just foul, it is also fiery. The Smorodina burns. The water moves like ordinary water, but it gives off flame as it flows, the way a stream of oil might catch and burn while still in motion. To touch the water is to be burned. To fall into it is to be consumed. It is the Slavic equivalent of the Styx. But where the Styx was simply black and oath-binding, the Smorodina is actively hostile to anything that tries to cross by an unauthorized route. And so, the dead do not swim. They cross by a bridge. The bridge has its own name, Kalinov Most, the Kalinov Bridge, sometimes translated as the Viburnum Bridge, for the Kalina shrub whose name it carries. The bridge stretches across the fiery river, joining the world of the living to the realm of the dead, and the dead walk across it on their final journey downward to Nav. In some traditions, at the far end of the bridge, on the Nav side, just before the green plain opens out, there is a mirrored palace, the home of Marzana, the goddess of winter and death, who in some Slavic accounts is a sister figure to Veles, or a queen subordinate to him. The mirrored palace catches and throws back the light of the upper world, so that the dead, in the moment of arrival, see one last reflection of the place they have come from before they cross into the place they are now in. The image is one of the strangest in the entire Slavic mythology. The mirrored palace at the end of the bridge of the burning river, the last sight of the upper world, given back to the dead as they take their final step away from it. The bridge has a guardian. His name is the Zmei, the Slavic dragon, or rather, a particular kind of Slavic dragon, the shape-shifting serpent figure that recurs across all the Slavic mythologies and folktales. The Zmei at the Kalinov Bridge is the gatekeeper of Naviel. He is the equivalent, in the Slavic imagination, of Cerberus at the gates of Hades, or of Garma at the gates of Helheim. Though where those guardians are dogs, the Slavic guardian is a dragon. The Zmei is not simply a guard. He is a test. He challenges the souls who attempt to cross. He challenges the heroes who, in the old folktales, try to enter Nav while still alive. Ivan Tsarevich, the recurring hero of the Slavic fairy tales, fights the Zmei at the Kalinov Bridge in story after story, defeating one dragon and then another in a sequence that grows steadily more difficult. The Zmei, in some tellings, has multiple heads, 3 or 6 or 9, and each head must be defeated separately, the way one defeats a many-headed problem, one head at a time. The Zmei is, in the deepest sense, an extension of Veles himself. Some sources are explicit about this. The Zmei is one of Veles's forms, one of the shapes he takes when he wishes to act outside his own kingdom. The dragon at the bridge is the same god who sits at the center of Nav, manifesting himself at his own border to test who comes across. The guardian and the ruler are the same being, simply at different points in the same kingdom. Past the bridge, past the Zmei, past the mirrored palace, if you arrived via that route, the great green plain, the pasture, the endless grass under the endless sky of the Slavic underworld, and somewhere at the center of all of it, in a wet and marshy place where the grass becomes reeds and the reeds become open water, where the great cosmic oak tree comes down out of the upper world and plunges its roots into the soil of Nav. There sits Veles. The sources are specific about the architecture of his court. He sits on a golden throne. The throne is positioned at the base of the world tree, in the swamp at the center of the green plain, a deliberately humble setting, surrounded by wet earth and reeds, the antithesis of the high palace of his cosmic rival Perun, who sits in the branches at the top of the same tree. Veles wields a sword. He is depicted, in the surviving folk descriptions, sometimes as a bearded man, and sometimes as a serpent, and sometimes as a great horned bull, for he is also the god of cattle, and the bull is one of his oldest forms. He can take any shape. He chooses, when he wishes to receive the dead with full ceremony, the shape of a man. And around him, on the green plain, the dead, the Slavic ancestors, sitting or walking or grazing in the metaphorical pasture sense, the way cattle graze, the way the dead in Veles's kingdom rest after the long work of having lived. There is no torment. There is no judgment in the heavy theological sense. The dead are in the pasture of their patron god, and the pasture is, by Slavic standards, more than adequate. It is, in the most literal possible sense, paradise. A paradise of agricultural sufficiency, of the kind a Slavic peasant might have dreamed of after a long year of working land that did not belong to him. But who is Veles exactly? This is where his theology becomes one of the most unusual in the entire company of underworld rulers we will meet tonight. Because Veles is not just a god of the dead, he is a god of many things, and the combination of things he is god of is one of the strangest in any mythology I know. Veles is the god of the dead, the lord of Nav, the ruler of the great green pasture, the figure who guides souls down through the bridge and across the burning river to the realm he presides over. Veles is the god of cattle, of the herds, the literal cows and bulls and sheep and goats, whose milk and meat and hides sustained the Slavic peoples. The bull, as we have said, is one of his forms. The bear is another. He is the protector of the herds, the deity invoked by herders before driving the cattle out to pasture in spring, the one whose name was spoken when an animal sickened or strayed. Veles is the god of wealth, of bogatstvo, of the abundance that makes life not just survivable, but good. Some scholars trace the etymological connection between his name and the Slavic word for cattle wealth. Wealth in the ancient sense being measured by the number of cattle one owned, the way the Latin word pecunia, money, comes from pecus, cattle. To be wealthy, in the deep Slavic past, was to have many cattle. Veles, god of cattle, was therefore also the god of wealth, of prosperity, of the material abundance that made a community thrive. Veles is the god of magic, of the hidden knowledge, the craft that operates below the visible surface of things, the magic of the herbalist who knows which roots heal and which kill, the magic of the smith who knows how to bend metal in the fire, the magic of the storyteller who can hold a hall silent with words alone. The verb velet in Old Slavic meant to command, to know, with the implication of secret or specialized knowledge. Veles was the god of those who knew things. Ordinary people did not. And Veles is the god of music, of the songs and the playing of instruments, of the gusli, the ancient Slavic stringed instrument that the great bards played at the courts of the medieval Slavic princes. The most famous of these bards, Boyan, was called Velesov Vnuk, grandson of Veles, by the great medieval Russian epic, the Song of Igor's Campaign, indicating that the lineage of Slavic poetry and song was understood to descend, in some real sense, from the god of the underworld himself. Why does the god of the dead also rule cattle, wealth, magic, and music? This is the question that puzzled the early scholars of Slavic mythology, and it is, I think, the question whose answer is most theologically revealing. Because the attributes are not random, they are not the accidental accumulation of unrelated functions that ended up attached to the same name. They are coherent. Once you see what the Slavs were saying about the structure of the world, the Slavic underworld is underneath the earth. Beneath the green plain of Nov lie the roots of the world tree, which means beneath Nov lies the literal earth itself, the soil, the rock, the metals in the deep ore, the underground waters that feed the springs of the upper world. And what comes from the earth in the Slavic understanding? Wealth, the metals that are mined for money and for tools, the crops that grow up out of the soil, the grass that feeds the cattle, that are themselves wealth in the agricultural sense, the underground waters that feed the rivers that water the fields. All of it, every form of material abundance the Slavs knew, came out of the ground that was also Veles's domain. He was not the god of wealth, despite being the god of the dead. He was the god of wealth because he was the god of the dead. The earth that received the dead was the same earth that produced the harvest. The ground that held the ancestors was the ground the cattle grazed above. Death and abundance were not opposites in this theology. They were the same territory, seen from different angles. And what about magic and music? Both, in the Slavic understanding, were hidden arts. Both operated below the visible surface of things. Both were the property of specialists who knew things ordinary people did not. The witch in the village who knew which herbs to use. The bard who knew which song to sing at a wedding or a funeral. The smith whose secret craft turned ore into iron. Hidden knowledge was the deep Slavic category, and hidden knowledge belonged to the god of the hidden world. Veles was the god of everything that operated below the surface, the dead beneath the earth, the metals beneath the soil, the magic beneath the appearance of things, the song that comes from a place inside the singer that the singer cannot explain. And so, the cosmos is divided. At the top of the world tree, in the branches, in the bright air, sits Perun, the sky god, the thunderer, the god of the warriors, and the aristocratic order, the god of those who rule from above. At the bottom of the same tree, in the swamp at the roots, in the wet earth, sits Veles, the god of the herders and the merchants and the sorcerers, the god of those who work below, and they fight. The great myth of the Slavic religion, reconstructed by scholars from comparative evidence across the entire Slavic world, since no single complete narrative version survives, is the eternal conflict between Perun and Veles. The two gods are perpetually at odds. Veles steals, sometimes Perun's cattle, sometimes his wife, sometimes his children, and retreats with the stolen thing back to his swampy realm in the roots. Perun pursues. He climbs down the tree, or he flies, or he comes in the form of his great lightning bolts. The bolts strike the earth and the trees and the water as he searches. Veles transforms into a snake, a wolf, a bear, a man, to evade him. The chase continues, sometimes for what feels like the whole length of a summer afternoon, and finally, Perun catches Veles and strikes him down. And then, the rain comes. This is the myth that explains thunderstorms in the Slavic religious imagination. The lightning is Perun hunting Veles. The thunder is the impact of the strike. The rain is the consequence of the conflict. The water that falls because Veles has been driven back, once again, to his proper place in the underworld, and the cosmic balance has been restored. And from the rain, the crops grow. This is the deepest cycle of Slavic agricultural theology. Veles must be driven back to Nav, but the driving back is what produces the rain, and the rain is what makes the next harvest possible. Veles is both the threat and the source. He must be defeated, but his defeat is what feeds everyone. The god of the underworld, kept in his proper place by the god of the sky, is what allows the cycle of cattle and crops and wealth to continue in the upper world. It is the same agricultural truth the Canaanites encoded in Mot and Baal, the same eternal contest, the same lack of any final victory, the same understanding that death and life are not opponents but partners. Two cultures, half the continent of Eurasia apart, arriving independently at the same theological insight. You cannot finally defeat the underworld, and you would not want to, because what comes out of it sustains you. There is one more thing about Veles that I find quietly extraordinary, and it has to do with how the Slavs swore their most serious oaths. When a Slav swore an oath of the deepest kind, at the conclusion of a treaty, in a moment of binding promise, when the gravity of the commitment required the highest possible witnesses, they swore by Perun and by Veles together, by the sky god and by the underworld god. Not by Perun alone, the way you might expect a sky god to be invoked for an oath, given that the sky is where the gods of the upper world hold court. Not by Veles alone, given that the underworld is the source of binding power and ancestral witness. By both. By the eternal opponents, who together only together, could constitute a witnessing complete enough to hold a serious commitment. This is recorded in the Russian-Byzantine Treaty of 971 CE, an actual surviving document in which the Slavic warriors swearing the treaty invoke Perun, our god, and Veles, the god of cattle, together as the divine witnesses to their binding word. It is one of the only direct mentions of either god in any surviving primary source, and the fact that they appear together in the most serious possible context tells us everything about how the Slavs understood the relationship between the upper world and the underworld. The world you live in includes the underworld. A promise that does not include the dead is not a complete promise. To swear by the sky alone is to ignore half of the cosmos. To swear by Veles alongside Perun is to acknowledge that whatever you are committing to in the upper world, you are committing to in the lower world as well, and that both worlds will witness your word, and that the breaking of it will register on both levels of the cosmic tree. And the most extraordinary thing about Veles is that his worship did not finally die. When the Slavs were Christianized by Byzantine missionaries in the south, by Roman missionaries in the west, by the Eastern Orthodox tradition that would shape Russian and Ukrainian and Bulgarian religious life, Veles was officially suppressed. His idols were burned. His shrines were destroyed. The priests preached against him. And yet, the country traditions persisted, quietly, underground, in the way old gods always persist when their official replacement is incomplete. The Slavic peasants continued to honor him under the name of Saint Blaise, the early Christian saint, who, by coincidence of name and association, became the patron saint of cattle in Slavic lands. Veles, the cattle god, simply moved his worship to a Christian feast day, kept his association with the herds, and continued to be invoked by the herders of Russia and Ukraine and the Balkans for centuries after his official suppression. There was a folk ritual called Veles's beard, performed at the end of the harvest. The farmers would leave the very last sheaf of grain standing in the field, uncut, tied with a ribbon, and call it Veles's beard, the offering to the god of the underworld and the cattle, the god of the roots of the world tree, the god whose realm was beneath the soil from which the harvest had just come. The grain that had grown from his domain was returned to him, partially, symbolically, in the form of the last uncut sheaf left for him in the empty field, and in the stables and the cow byres of the Russian and Ukrainian countryside. For centuries after the official conversion, a bear's paw would sometimes be found hanging on a nail above the door. For the bear was one of Veles's forms, and the bear's paw was understood by the peasant who hung it as the protection of the old cattle god over the animals he had always watched. Veles outlived his official suppression by 1,000 years. His name was rarely spoken, but his rituals continued. The dead god of the dead, the lord of the green pasture at the roots of the world tree, the god of cattle and wealth and music and magic, was still fed, quietly, in small Slavic villages, by people who had been told for generations that he did not exist. So what does Veles tell us about how the Slavs understood death? He tells us that they understood it as abundance, not as punishment, not as diminishment, not as forgetting. The Slavic dead went to a green pasture in the realm of a god whose other attributes were cattle, wealth, music, and magic. Death, in this theology, was not the end of the good things. It was the source of the good things. The earth that received the dead was the same earth that produced the harvest. The God who ruled the dead was the same God who provided the cattle. To die was to go home to the source of everything that had sustained you. He tells us also that the Slavs understood the cosmos as fundamentally vertical, 3 worlds stacked on top of each other, joined by a single tree. The upper world of the gods, the middle world of the living, the lower world of the dead. And the 3 worlds were not separate kingdoms, but parts of the same structure. The tree connects them. The roots in Nav feed the trunk in Yav, and the branches in Prav. The whole cosmos is one organism, one tree, one continuous living thing, and the dead are not exiled to a distant place, but integrated at the roots into the same structure that contains the living. And he tells us finally that the Slavs were honest about the relationship between death and the conditions of life. They did not pretend that the cattle did not eat the grass that grew from the soil that held the dead. They did not pretend that the wealth in the metals had not been produced by the slow cosmic process that also produces death. They named their god of the dead the god of cattle and wealth in the same breath, because they knew, in the way agricultural peoples have always known, that the two were not separable, and they swore their oaths by both, the sky and the underworld together, witnessing every commitment that mattered, because no commitment is real that does not include both. We travel north now, further north than the Slavic forest, past the Baltic, into the long, dim land of lakes and pines that becomes, in winter, one of the coldest inhabited places in Europe. Finland, the land of 1,000 lakes, the land of long winters and longer dusks, the land of the midnight sun in summer, and the chaos darkness in winter, when the sun does not rise at all for weeks. We are still in the same northern world we entered with Veles, but moved further into its extremes, into the territory where the cold is not just a season, but a defining condition of life, where the dark is not just an absence of light, but a presence in its own right. This is a different kind of place. It produces a different kind of mythology. Finnish folklore has a quality that distinguishes it from almost every other tradition we will visit tonight. It is not gentle. It is not consoling. It does not dress death in beautiful clothing or give it an elaborate philosophical rationale. It looks at what death is and describes it plainly, with the calm precision of a people who have spent enough months in actual darkness to be unafraid of imagining the darkness more fully. The Finnish tradition has been called philosophical realism by some folklorists, meaning it sees what is there, and it tells you what it sees, and it does not flinch. And what it sees, when it looks at death, is a quiet island on the far side of a dark river, where a king and queen wait without joy and without cruelty for everyone who has ever been born. It is called Tuonela, and tonight we are going to walk through it the way the old shamans walked through it, knowing all the while that we should not. Tuonela is an island. This is the first thing to understand, and the thing that distinguishes it from most of the other underworlds we will visit tonight. The Finnish dead do not descend into the earth the way the Sumerian dead descend their staircase. They do not enter a body the way the Canaanite dead enter Mot's throat. They cross water, and on the far side of the water, on an island, a real island, in the sense that any Finnish person who has stood on the shore of a great northern lake would recognize it. The dead live. The river between the worlds, it has a name. Tuonenjoki, the river of Tuoni, or in some sources, Tuonelan Virta, the stream of Tuonela. It is described in the Kalevala and in the oral folk poems that the Kalevala was compiled from, in terms that anyone who has ever stood beside a slow northern river will recognize. Black water, slow current, mist rising from the surface in the hours before dawn, reeds on the banks, the sense of something old and patient about the way the water moves, neither hurrying nor stopping, simply continuing, as though it had been continuing forever and would continue forever, regardless of what entered it or did not. Some sources say the river runs peacefully. Others, perhaps the same sources at different times, since the Finnish mythology was preserved in oral form for centuries and is not always internally consistent, say the river runs as a burning rapid, a roaring kinami, a vast whirlpool that pulls the dead down into itself. The two pictures are not entirely contradictory. The river is one thing for the dead, who go to it willingly, and another thing for the living, who are trying to cross it before their time has come. In the river, sometimes you can see something white moving slowly across the surface. The swan of Tuonela, the Jutsun of the Deathland, a great black and white bird, swimming alone in the slow water, and singing, though singing is the wrong word, because what comes out of the swan of Tuonela is not music in any sense that the living would recognize. It is a slow keening, the same note held longer than a swan should be able to hold a note, with overtones that are said to be fatal to hear too closely. The swan is the guardian of the river, or its embodiment, or both. To cross the river, you need passage. The Finnish tradition, like the Greek, like the Mesopotamian, has a ferryman, but this ferryman is different from Sharon or from Kumut Tabal. She is not ancient and silent. She is not bird-headed. She is a young woman. Her name is Tuonentiti, the daughter of Tuoni, and she is one of the daughters of the king and queen of the dead. She receives the newly dead at the living side bank of the river. She looks at them. She asks them, in the old poems, who they are and why they have come. The dead answer that they are dead, and she nods, and she takes them into her boat. Note the strangeness of this. The Finnish ferryman is not a stranger. She is family, the daughter of the rulers of the Underworld, growing up in Tuonela, the way an ordinary girl might grow up in any village, working the family business of receiving the dead at the shore. She's been doing this for as long as the river has had a far bank. She knows everyone who arrives. She has greeted, by now, every human being who has ever died. And she will greet you, and me, and everyone we have ever loved, in the order in which we come down to the water. The poems describe her as suspicious of the living. Some living people try to cross the river by claiming to be dead. Heroes on errands, shamans seeking knowledge, the occasional fool who has not understood what he is asking for. Tuonentiti questions them carefully. She is good at her job. She's been catching liars for 1,000 years, and she does not enjoy doing it, but she does it because it is hers to do. She is not cruel. She is simply unwilling to ferry the living into a place the living should not yet be. If you are dead, the crossing is simple. Titi takes her oar, and she rows you across the slow black water, and on the other side is the island. The dead step off the boat onto the shore of Tuonela, the way travelers step off a boat onto any new island, and the boat returns. There is no payment. There is no coin. The Finnish ferryman does not demand a fee, because the Finnish underworld does not work that way. You are dead. The boat is going across. You are getting on. But the oral tradition preserves a more cosmic image on the crossing as well, one that the Kalevala touches on only briefly, but that the older folk songs return to repeatedly. The dead can sometimes cross by a different route, not by the ferry boat, by a thread bridge. A bridge made of thread, a single fibre stretched across the dark water between the worlds. The dead walk across it, the texts say, and only the worthy can do so. Only those whose lives have been balanced enough that they can place their feet on the thread without it breaking. Some of the older variants describe the thread bridge as the proper passage and the ferry as the alternative for those who cannot manage the thread. Others reverse it. The Finnish tradition is not always consistent, and the inconsistency is itself interesting. Different villages, different singers, different generations imagine the crossing differently, but the fact of the crossing was always the same. And underneath the bridge, or beside the boat, always, the slow, dark water and the swan, and the keening note that no living throat should hear too closely. Tuonela is described, with remarkable consistency across the sources, as quiet. This is the word that returns again and again. Quiet, still, hushed, silent. The Finnish underworld is not a place of torment. It is not a place of reward. It is a place where the noise has stopped. The dead on Tuonela do not scream the way the Greek dead in Tartarus scream. They do not feast the way the Norse dead in Valhalla feast. They sleep. They rest. They are still. The geography of the island itself is described in the old poems with the specificity of someone who has walked through it. There are dark forests. Pines press close together. The air between them thick with the particular silence of a Finnish forest after snowfall, when the snow muffles all sound and the trees seem to be listening. There are marshlands, the boggy, half-frozen ground that anyone who has hiked in the north knows, the moss-covered hummocks and the dark pools between them, where the water never quite freezes and never quite thaws. There are halls, great wooden buildings of the old Finnish kind, low and long, with a fire in the middle and benches along the walls. But the halls are cold, the fires are not lit, and the benches are full of figures who do not move. And there is the Hall of Tuoni, the central building, the seat of the king and queen of the dead, the place at the architectural and theological center of the island. The Hall of Tuoni is described as a long timber building with a peaked roof, dim and lit only by the grey light that filters in through small high windows. There is a hearth in the middle, but it is cold. There is a table along one wall, but no food is set out. There are benches around the walls, but the figures sitting on them do not turn to look at the new arrivals. The hall has the feel of a banquet that has long since ended. The guests still present, but quiet now. All of them having said everything they had to say a long time ago. And at the head of the hall, on two thrones cut from old wood, sit the king and queen of the dead, Tuoni, the god of death, and also, in the old Finnish way, simply death itself, because like Mot in Canaan, his name and his function are the same. The word Tuonela, the name of the kingdom, is built directly from his name. He is the king of the place, because the place is named for him. Or possibly, the place is named for him because he was the king of it first. The etymology is old enough that no one is entirely sure which came first. He simply is the Underworld, in the sense that his name and the kingdom's name cannot be separated. The poems describe him with great physical specificity. He is an old man with a grey beard. He has 3 fingers on each hand, a strange detail, preserved consistently across multiple sources, that no one has ever fully explained. He wears a crown of darkness, which the texts describe as if it were a real material thing rather than a metaphor. A circlet woven from the absence of light, sitting on his head like an ordinary crown. He has the expression of someone who has been waiting a very long time for something that is never going to arrive, and who has come to terms with that, waiting in the deepest possible way. He does not move much. He does not speak much. He sits on his throne in the dim hall, and he watches the new arrivals come in. He does not greet them. He does not need to. They are dead. They are in his kingdom. The formalities are not necessary. And beside him, sometimes on a second throne, sometimes simply standing, Tuonela, his wife, the queen of the dead, the hostess. Tuonela is the one who actually receives the newly dead at the hall. This is one of the most quietly devastating details in any underworld I know. Tuoni does not move from his throne. He is the king. The king does not greet the arrivals personally. That falls to his wife, who takes the role of hostess, the role she would take in any ordinary Finnish hall, where the lady of the house is the one who welcomes the travelers in from the cold. She greets them with hospitality, genuine, warm-seeming hospitality, the old Kalevala gesture, the same gesture that any host in any village in living world Finland would have made to a tired traveller who arrived at the door. She brings out a golden cup. She fills it. She extends it to the newly dead with a small bow. The cup contains beer. This is also the proper Finnish gesture. Olut, the heavy, dark beer of the north, the drink of fellowship and welcome and warmth. The dead, exhausted from the crossing, accept the cup. The dead drink, and inside the cup, if they had looked more carefully before drinking, they did not, because they were exhausted, and the cup was offered with such warmth, and the cold of the river was still on them. Inside the cup is not beer. The texts describe what is actually in the golden cup with appalling precision. Black liquid, frog spawn, young snakes, still alive, writhing, lizards, worms, adders. The cup of welcome is the cup of oblivion, the drink that makes you forget that you ever existed. The dead drink, and as they drink, their memories begin to dissolve. The name of their husband, their wife, their children, the sound of their mother's voice, the shape of the village they grew up in, the dreams they had been having for years, all of it peeled away by the dark liquid going down their throats, the way frost peels colour out of a leaf in autumn. By the time they have finished the cup, they no longer remember who they were, and then they sit down on a bench along the wall, and they are silent, and they have joined the other dead. This is the most important detail about Tuonela, and the one that distinguishes it most sharply from almost every other death theology we will visit tonight. Tuonela does not judge. There is no weighing of hearts. There is no allocation to provinces based on the quality of the life that was lived. There is no Tartarus for the wicked or Elysium for the worthy. There is only the cup offered to everyone, regardless of who they were when they arrived. The murderer and the saint receive the same cup. The mother who gave her life for her children and the father who beat them both drink from it. The cup does not care. The queen who offers it does not care. The kingdom that surrounds it does not care. What the Finnish death theology is interested in, instead, is erasure. If you drink the beer, you forget your name. You forget your life. You forget that you were ever anything other than this quiet island and this grey stillness. You are not punished. You are not rewarded. You are simply erased. Gently, hospitably, with a small bow and a warm cup, by a queen who has welcomed every dead person who has ever existed and who will welcome you when the time comes. And this is, I think, what the Finnish mythology has to say about death that no other mythology says quite this clearly. Death is not the great moral reckoning that the Egyptian or Chinese traditions imagined. It is not the diminishment by subtraction that the Sumerians imagined. It is not the eternal cycle of consumption and growth that the Canaanites imagined. It is the end of memory, the end of being a specific person, the end of having a story that you remember being part of. The Finns, who knew long darkness and long silence, and the way a long winter can make the previous summer feel like a dream you might have made up. Imagine death as the deepest possible version of that same forgetting. Not a place, a fading, the slow loss, over centuries on the cold island, of every marker that made you you. One story above all others in the Finnish tradition shows us what Tuonela actually does to those who try to enter it. It is the story of Lemminkainen, and it ends with the only act of love I know of in any mythology that managed, even briefly, to undo what the cold king and his queen with the cup of forgetting had begun. Lemminkainen was young and reckless and confident, a hero of the Kalevala, the Finnish national epic, the same body of oral poetry from which all of our knowledge of Tuonela comes. He had been promised the hand of a great northern beauty if he could complete 3 impossible tasks, and one of them was to kill the swan of Tuonela, the great black and white bird whose slow, keening note no living throat should hear too closely. He went to the river. He carried his bow. He intended to shoot the swan as it swam its slow circuit on the dark water, and then to leave. He did not even get the chance. Before he could draw his bow, he was struck down by a blind shepherd from the realm of Pohjola, an old enemy who had been waiting for the chance to take revenge for an old wrong. Lemminkainen fell. His body was cut into pieces. The old poems are explicit and unflinching about the dismemberment, and the pieces were thrown into the river of Tuoni. He was scattered into the slow black water, and he was carried away, and he sank. And then, and this is the moment that breaks me a little, even now, his mother came. She had felt him die. The texts say that a comb hanging in his childhood home began to drip blood, and she knew at once what it meant. And she went to find him. She walked all the way to Tuonela. She stood on the bank of the dark river, and she begged a son to tell her what had happened. And a son told her, "He is in the river. He is in pieces. Search." She borrowed a great rake from the smith Ilmarinen, and she dragged the river for her son. She raked, and she raked, And slowly she pulled the pieces of him from the dark water, a hand, a foot, a piece of his side, a fragment of his skull. She laid them out on the shore. She sang the old songs of binding and remembering. She put him back together, the way the Egyptian Isis once put Osiris back together, the way every grieving mother in every mythology has dreamed of doing for a son she has lost. And she sang him alive again. The Kalevala does not say whether this is praised or condemned. It simply tells the story. A mother loved a son enough to walk to Tuonela and rake him out of the river piece by piece. And the love was enough, in this one extraordinary case, to undo what the cold king and his queen with the cup of forgetting had begun. Tuoni does not pursue them. He does not punish the resurrection. He simply sits on his throne in his cold hall, and he watches them go, because he knows, with the patience of someone who has been doing this for a very long time, that they will both be back. That is Tuonela, a river, a swan, a ferryman who is also a daughter, an island of dark forests and stagnant marshes, a hall with a cold hearth, a king with 3 fingers and a crown of darkness, a queen with a golden cup, and at the bottom of the cup, the slow erasure of who you were. The Finnish death god does not rage. He does not consume or weep or judge. He simply sits on his dark island and waits, with perfect patience, because he knows that everyone who has ever been born is already on their way to him. He does not need to come for the dead the way Mort comes for the dead. They come to him. They cross his river. They drink his queen's cup. They forget, and then they sit, and then they are part of his quiet kingdom forever. Time is Tuoni's only tool, and time is the one tool that never fails. And what this oldest of the Finnish mythologies tells us about the people who imagined it is, I think, something specific and worth holding on to. The Finns did not look at death and see horror. They did not look at death and see paradise. They looked at it and they saw what they already knew from long winters and long silences, and the way memory itself slowly thins as one ages. They saw a quiet erasure, a fading, the end of being a particular person. Not a punishment for anything, not a reward for anything, simply what comes. Eventually, for everyone who has been alive long enough to be tired. And the only counter-image they allowed themselves, the one moment of refusal in the whole mythology, was a mother walking the bank of the dark river with a rake, pulling her son's pieces out of the water one at a time and singing him back. Love against forgetting. The smallest possible thing against the largest possible thing. And sometimes, for one mother, for one son, it was enough. We travel west now, across the Gulf of Bothnia, out of the Finnish lakes, and into the long fjorded coast of the Scandinavian peninsula, into the world of the Norse, the cold north of Norway and Sweden and Iceland, the lands of the long winters and the short summers, the territory of the people who left us, one of the most architecturally complete cosmologies of any ancient tradition. We have stood at the edges of this world before. We have watched Not ride her horse across the night sky, and the Valkyries choose their slain on the battlefield. Tonight we go further in, past the bright halls of Asgard, past the green fields of Midgard, where the living live, down through the trunk of the great world tree itself, all the way to the deepest and coldest root of the 9 worlds. The cold we are entering now is related to the cold we just left in Finland. The same long winters, the same short days, the same sky going dark at 3 in the afternoon for months on end. But the Norse made something different out of that cold than the Finns did. Where the Finnish underworld is one quiet island ruled by a king and queen who simply wait, the Norse underworld is part of a vast and elaborate cosmic architecture. 9 worlds, a great tree, multiple halls, a careful sorting of the dead by the manner of their dying. And before we descend to where most of the dead actually go, we have to understand something unusual about how this sorting worked. Because the Norse did not, like most cultures we visit tonight, imagine one destination for all the dead. They imagined 3. And the principle that sorted the dead between those 3 destinations is one of the strangest theological choices in any of the traditions we will encounter. Strange, because it has nothing to do with moral character. It has to do entirely with the manner of your dying. How you died, in the Norse understanding, mattered enormously. Whether you had been a good person, whether you had kept your word, honored your guests, loved your family, lived a life that the people around you would have called decent, was almost incidental. The kind farmer and the cruel one, the loving mother and the spiteful one, the honest merchant and the cheating one, all went to the same destination if they died of the same kind of death. And the soldier who died bravely in battle, and the soldier who died as a coward, fleeing the same battle, went, in some tellings, to the same place, because both had died on the battlefield, and that was what mattered. It is a profoundly strange theological principle when you sit with it. It tells us that the Norse imagined the universe as caring far more about how a life ended than about how it had been lived. And so, before we descend to the destination of most of the dead, we need to briefly stand at the doors of the 2 halls that the other dead, the ones who fell in battle, went to. The first is Valhalla, the most famous hall in all of Norse mythology, the one whose name has bled into the modern imagination so completely that most people who have never opened a Norse text could still describe it in rough outline. The Hall of the Slain, Odin's Hall, built in the heights of Asgard, with 540 doors wide enough that 800 warriors could march out of each one shoulder to shoulder when Ragnarok came. Valhalla was where the Einherjar lived, the single fighters, those who fight alone, the warriors chosen by Odin's Valkyries from among the slain on the battlefield. Half of those who fell in any given battle went there. We have walked with the Valkyries themselves in our journey through the Psychopomps. We have seen them choose. The warriors they chose were brought to Valhalla, where they were welcomed by Odin himself, where they spent their days fighting each other in the great courtyard of the hall, practicing, training, killing each other in the morning and being restored to life by the evening, and their nights feasting in the hall on the meat of a great boar named Serimnir that was eternally cooked and eternally restored, and drinking the mead that flowed from the udders of a goat named Heidrun, who grazed on the leaves of a tree growing from the roof of the hall. It sounds, in the description, like paradise, and it is, by the standards of a warrior culture. Eternal fighting, eternal feasting, eternal companionship, with the most honored dead of every generation. But the texts are explicit about its purpose. Valhalla is not a reward. Valhalla is preparation. The Einherjar are being trained and have been training for centuries for the final battle at the end of the world. When Ragnarok comes, they will march out of those 540 doors at Odin's side, and they will fight the wolves and the giants and the fire of Surt, and they will die a second time. The warriors of Valhalla are not at rest. They are an army awaiting the final mobilization. And the second is Folkvanga, the field of the people, or field of the army. The translation has been debated for centuries, and both readings have textual support. Folkvanga is the destination that pop culture Norse imagination has almost entirely forgotten about. But the texts are absolutely clear that it existed and was equally important. It was ruled not by Odin, but by Freya, the great goddess of love and beauty and war, and the Vanir lineage, the older deity than Odin himself, the most glorious of the Asynja. Freya, too, took half of the battlefield dead, half the slain she chooses each day. Says the poem Grimnismal, the only line in any surviving source that describes the division between the two halls, but a definitive one. Half went to Odin in Valhalla, half went to Freya in Folkvanga. The two halls split the warrior dead between them, each goddess and god riding to battle in their own way to claim those who had fallen. Freya in a chariot drawn by two great cats, gifts to her from Thor. Odin on his eight-legged horse, Sleipnir. Within Folkvanga stood Freya's hall, Sessrumnir, the seat roomer, the great hall of many seats, which the texts describe as large and beautiful. Some sources hint that Sessrumnir may have been shaped like a ship, a great vessel resting in the middle of a field, mirroring the Norse burial practice of placing ship-shaped stone settings in actual meadows where the dead were honored. The image is one of the most evocative in the entire Norse cosmology. A ship at rest in a green field, the warriors of the goddess gathered inside, the field itself stretching out in every direction in eternal peace. And what we know about Folkvanga suggests it was, in temperament, different from Valhalla, where Valhalla was clamorous and martial, fighting and feasting, the daily simulation of war. Folkvanga was quieter, more peaceful, a field rather than a battle courtyard, a goddess whose other domains were love and beauty rather than war alone. One Norse saga, Egil's saga, has a grieving daughter declare that she will refuse food until she joins Freya, suggesting that Folkvanga was understood as a destination open to more than just battle-dead warriors, that women who chose a noble death could also expect to be received there. The scholarship has debated for over a century exactly what kind of place Folkvanga was meant to be. What is not in doubt is that it existed, that Freya ruled it, and that half of the warrior dead were hers, equally honored, equally fed, equally remembered. Two destinations for the battle slain, Valhalla and Folkvanga. The single fighters with Odin in the Hall of 500 Doors, training for the end of the world. The half chosen by Freya in her ship hall in a field of eternal peace. But most Norse people did not die on battlefields. This is the central fact that the modern imagination of the Norse afterlife tends to forget. The Vikings of the popular picture, raiding, conquering, dying gloriously sword in hand, were a tiny minority of the Norse people. and even most of them did not actually die in combat. The great majority of Norse men and women died the way most people in any culture die, of cold and sickness and old age and accident and the grinding ordinary mortality that claims most lives in most centuries. They died in their beds. They died of fevers. They died in childbirth. They died slipping on ice. They died of starvation in long winters. And for them, for most of the Norse dead, the destination was neither Valhalla nor Folkvanga. It was somewhere else entirely. Not a hall in the bright air of Asgard. A misty kingdom in the deepest cold of the 9 worlds. Reached not by being chosen, but by simply being taken when one's time arrived. Her name was Hel, and her hall was where most of the dead actually arrived. The journey begins on a road. The road has a name, Helvega, the road to hell, and the Old Norse sources describe it in uncharacteristic detail, with a specificity that scholars of the tradition have noted is unusual for a culture that generally preferred to imply rather than describe. The Norse poets and saga writers were, on this one subject, willing to walk the listener step by step through the geography. Helvega runs downward, always downward, down through the deep valleys, down through the cold mists, down through the darkness that grows so total that the soul traveling it cannot, after a while, see anything at all. The road is long. The most famous account of it, in the Prose Edda, tells us that the god Hermod, riding Odin's 8-legged horse, Sleipnir, on a desperate errand we will come to, travelled Helvega for 9 nights through valleys so pitch black that he could not see the way. 9 nights, not 9 hours or 9 days. 9 entire nights of riding through deep, gloomy valleys, with no light, with the cold growing around him, with the world above receding into something that began to feel like a place he had only dreamed. And the road runs northward as well as downward. Nida og Norda, downward and northward, is the precise phrase the Norse used. The Norse understood the north as the direction of cold, of darkness, of the grave, of everything that human warmth and light tries to push back against. The road to hell travels deeper into the direction that the living world is always, in some sense, fleeing from. Some sources describe the road as passing through valleys, where the dead can be seen in their thousands, armies of them, sometimes still locked in eternal battle. The soldiers who fell in old wars, repeating their final movements forever on the dim plains beside the road. The living traveller, for it is mostly living travellers, the heroes who undertake the journey on impossible errands, whose accounts we have, moves past these armies without stopping, because to stop is to be drawn into whatever has caught them. And Helvega is not a place where one wants to be detained. After the 9 nights of dark valleys, the road arrives at a river. It is called Gjöll, which means, in Old Norse, loud noise. And the name is exact. The river of hell is not silent like the Styx, not stinking like the Smorodina, not slow like the Tuonela. The Norse river of the dead is loud, and what makes it loud is the specific, terrible content of its water. The Gjöll, the sources tell us, flows with the noise of clanging swords and spears. The river runs with the sound of every battle that has ever ended in death, a continuous, churning roar of metal striking metal, of blades being drawn, of the percussion of armed men killing each other. To stand beside the Gjöll is to hear simultaneously every fight that has ever ended a Norse life, The Gjöll flows from a spring called Hvergelmir, the great wellspring in the deepest part of Niflheim, from which all the rivers of the Underworld are said to originate. It encircles Hell's realm completely, winding around the kingdom of the dead, the way the Styx winds around Hades' kingdom. The same essential image, arrived at independently by two Indo-European peoples 1,000 miles and 1,000 years apart, and spanning the river is a bridge, Gjallabru, the bridge over Gjöll. And the Norse description of this bridge is one of the strangest and most beautiful pieces of architectural detail in all of their underworld geography. The bridge is covered in gleaming gold. It catches what little light reaches this far down and throws it back in a soft golden shine, the only bright thing for as far as the eye can see in any direction. A golden bridge over a river of clanging steel in the deepest northward dark of the cosmos. The bridge has a guardian. Her name is Modguda, furious battle, and she is a giantess, standing alone at the center of the gleaming bridge, watching every soul that approaches. She is not malicious. She is a gatekeeper, and she does her job with the patience of someone who has been doing it for as long as the bridge has stood. She asks every traveler who they are and why they are crossing. She has a particular skill, the sources tell us. She can tell instantly the difference between a living traveler and a dead one. The dead cross the bridge in silence. Their feet make no sound on the golden surface. But the living, when a hero or a god or a wandering shaman attempts the crossing, the bridge resounds under their weight, the gold ringing out as it does not ring for the dead. Modguda knows by the noise alone. When Hermod arrived at Gjallabru on his desperate errand, the bridge resounded under Sleipnir's 8-hoofed gallop. Modguda stopped him. She said, "The bridge does not resonate less when you pass it alone, and you do not have the color of the dead. Why are you going on the road to hell?" He told her his errand. She let him pass. She gave him directions. The road to hell now continues downward and northward, and she let him go. Past the bridge, the road continues, and eventually it reaches a wall. The wall is called by several names in the Norse sources, and the differences between the names tell us something about how the Norse imagined what the wall actually was. Helgrinda, the fence of hell, is the most common. Nagrinda, the corpse fence, is the more visceral. Valgrinda, fence of the fallen, is a third. All three names refer to the same structure, a vast wall or fence that encircles the actual kingdom of hell, separating it from the road that leads to it, marking the final boundary between the long journey down and the kingdom itself. The wall has a gate, but the gate is not always passable. Hermod, when he arrived, did not bother going through the gate. He spurred Sleipnir, and the 8-legged horse leapt the fence in a single bound. The dead, presumably, passed through the gate the way the dead always pass through gates, silently, without question, because the gate exists to keep the living out, not to keep the dead from entering. And the gate is guarded, not by a maiden this time, the way Gjallabru is guarded, but by a hound. His name is Garma, the great hound of hell. He is chained in most tellings in a cave called Gnipahella near the entrance to the realm. The texts are inconsistent about whether he sits at the wall itself or at a cave just inside it, but the function is the same. Garma is the Norse equivalent of Cerberus, a great dog at the threshold of the kingdom of the dead, whose presence marks the boundary that even the gods are reluctant to cross lightly. He is described as bloody on his breast before, says the Völuspá, the great Norse poem of the end times, as if he has already been engaged in violence, even before he is unchained. And he will be unchained. The Norse, who unlike most cultures we will visit tonight, imagined a definitive end of the world, knew exactly what would happen to Garma when that end came. At Ragnarök, the final battle, the great unmaking of the cosmos, Garma will break free of his chain. He will fight Tyr, the one-handed god of justice and oaths. They will kill each other. The Hound and the god of law will go down together at the end of everything, locked in a struggle in which neither one survives. Past the gate, past the cave with the chained hound, the kingdom of hell finally opens. And the kingdom is, let me say this honestly, because the Norse said it honestly, not pleasant. Hell's realm is not Valhalla. It is not Vogvanga. It is not Elysium, or the Field of Reeds, or any of the comparatively comfortable destinations that other cultures imagined for their ordinary dead. Hell's realm is cold. It is misty. It is dim. The light, what little of it reaches this far down through the trunk of the world tree, is the grey light of a long winter afternoon, the light that does not so much illuminate as merely reveal that there are shapes present in the gloom. This is the underworld of a people who lived through real Norwegian and Icelandic winters. The Norse did not need to invent a hostile environment for their imagination of the dead. They simply imagined an extreme version of the environment they actually lived in. The world of the Norse dead is the world of the Norse living, taken to its furthest degree. The same cold, but never warming. The same mist, but never lifting. The same dim, but never brightening into morning. Eternity at the end of February, in the dark months, with the fire low and the food running short, and the daylight only 6 hours long. And within this dim landscape, the architectural feature that has made Hell's Realm one of the most quietly extraordinary places in any mythology, the great hall called Eljudnir. Eljudnir. The name means, depending on the translation, misery, or sprayed with snowstorms, or damp with sleet. None of the translations are quite adequate, because the Old Norse word carries all of these meanings at once. A building that is physically uncomfortable in the specific way a Nordic winter is physically uncomfortable. Sleet on the walls, wet snow blowing in through any unsealed gap, the cold of unheated stone in the long, dark months. Eljudnir is not a comfortable hall. It is the hall every Norse person has known too well in their living life, only made eternal. And the things inside it, unnamed. This is the genius of the Norse imagination of Hell's Realm, and the architectural detail that distinguishes it most sharply from every other underworld we have visited so far. The furniture has names, and the names are not decorative. They are not poetic flourishes attached to objects that could just as well have been left unnamed. Every named object in Eljudnir is named for one of the specific ways ordinary people die. A threshold, the stone at the entrance to Eljudnir, the slab one steps over to enter the hall, is called Falandaforad, stumbling block, falling peril. The threshold is named for the way old people, in the last years of their lives, begin to trip over things they would once have stepped over without thinking. The act of crossing into Hell's Hall is the act of stumbling for the last time. Her walls, the walls of the hall itself, which Snorri tells us are extraordinarily high, share the same name, Forad. The hall is enclosed by walls of falling peril. The whole building is, structurally, named for the way age makes the body unstable. Her bed, where hell sleeps, or rests, or simply lies the way the half-dead rest, is called Kur, sick bed, the bed of illness, the place where the long dying happens. Anyone who has nursed someone through a final illness, or who has lain in a hospital bed themselves long enough to learn what it teaches, knows what Kur means without translation. Her bed hangings, the curtains around the bed, the soft fabric that should be a comfort, are called Blikjandabol, gleaming bale, shining misfortune. The curtains glow softly, the way a sick room glows in lamplight when the patient cannot sleep, and the glow is the disease itself, made visible, made into the very atmosphere around the bed. Her dish, the plate from which she eats, or from which the dead are perhaps somehow fed, the bowl that should hold sustenance, is called hunger. Hunger. The plate is named for the absence of what plates are supposed to contain. Her knife, the implement for eating, the basic tool of any meal, is called sulta. Famine. Starvation. The knife is named not for what it cuts, but for the condition of those who have no food to cut. Her servants, for she has 2 servants, Snorri tells us, a male thrall and a female maidservant, are called Ganglati and Ganglet, idler and sloven, slow mover and slattern. The servants are slow. They drag their feet. They do not bring what is needed promptly. They have the lethargy of the long dying, the inability to act, the gradual surrender to the inertia that overtakes the body when it has been ill for too long. Stand back from this list for a moment, because what the Norse have done with it is extraordinary. They have named the entire household of Hell's Hall for the catalogue of ordinary mortality. The threshold is what trips you. The bed is the bed you die in. The dish has no food. The knife has nothing to cut. The servants are too slow to help. The hall itself is wet with the cold sleet of a Nordic winter that never ends. Every named object in Elunir is a thing that kills people, slowly. And the dead who arrive in this hall arrive in the literal architecture of the things that kill them. The hall is the catalogue of ways to die. The hall is dying itself, made into a building. The Norse did not need to imagine torment for the wicked, the way Christian theology would eventually imagine torment for the wicked. They did not need to imagine reward for the worthy, the way Valhalla provided reward for the warriors. For the ordinary dead, the people who died of the ordinary causes, they imagined the architecture of those causes themselves, made permanent, made dwelt in. You will die of something, and then you will live in the building made of the something you died of. There is one further region of Hell's realm that the sources name, and it is worth introducing because it represents the one place in the Norse underworld where moral judgment does finally enter into the architecture. Within Hell's domain, in its remotest and most terrible region, lies a place called Nastrand, the corpse shore, strand of the dead, a beach, the texts tell us, lit by no sun, washed by no living water, the shore of an inner sea or river within the kingdom of Hell itself. Nastrand is reserved for a specific kind of soul, not the ordinary dead who live their dim afterlife in Eludnir. Nastrand receives the oath breakers, the murderers, and the adulterers, the 3 categories of moral failure that the Norse held in particular contempt. the betrayers of word and life and trust. They arrive at this beach, and they are not housed in any hall. They are kept on the shore itself, the cold wind blowing across them, the dim light revealing what they have been left to, and in a great hall woven entirely from the bodies of living serpents. The snakes coiled together to form walls and ceiling, their venom dripping continuously from above. The worst of these souls suffer, and in the deepest part of Nastrund lives a dragon, Nidhugga, malice striker, in one translation, who chews continuously on the corpses of the dishonored dead. He is also, in the broader Norse cosmology, the great worm gnawing at the deepest root of the world tree itself, slowly working to undermine the cosmos from below. This is the one place in Norse mythology that resembles, in its function, the Christian hell that would eventually replace it. But notice the specificity. It is not for the wicked in general. It is not for the unbelievers. It is for a narrow and specific category of moral failure: oath-breaking, murder, adultery. The three transgressions that a warrior society dependent on personal honor and binding word held as the absolute worst things a person could do. The Norse did not invent a hell of comprehensive damnation. They invented a beach for the people who broke their word. And at the center of all of it, on a throne in the cold hall, sits the queen. She is half living, half dead. One side of her body, the right side, in most depictions, is a normal woman, flesh-colored, healthy, the skin of someone alive. The other side, the left, is blue, or black, or in Snorri's phrase, the color of a corpse. Half of her is alive. Half of her is already what her subjects are. She does not just rule the dead. She is, in some real sense, already partly one of them. This is not an accident of description. It is a statement about what death itself is. Death, for the Norse, was not a place one traveled to from elsewhere. It was a condition that the goddess of death already partially inhabited. She does not preside over a kingdom that is alien to her. She presides over a kingdom that is her own body, divided in the same way her domain is divided between the living world above and the dead world below. How she came to be there is one of the strangest and most quietly cruel stories in Norse mythology. She was a child. This is the part that is often glossed over, but the sources are clear about it. Hel was born to Loki, the trickster god, the one whose mischief and malice would eventually unravel the entire cosmos, and to a giantess named Angerboda, she who brings grief. She had two siblings, Fenrir, the great wolf, who would one day, at Ragnarok, devour Odin himself, and Jomungandr, the world serpent, who would one day rise from the sea to fight Thor at the end of all things. The gods had a prophecy. They knew by means the texts are not always specific about, that these three children of Loki, Fenrir, Jomungandr, and Hel, would each play a central role in the destruction of the world. So the gods acted preemptively. They took the children from their mother's hall, while all three were still very young. Fenrir they raised among themselves until he grew too dangerous, and then they chained him. Jomungandr they threw into the sea, where he grew until he encircled the entire world. And Hel, the young girl, the daughter, the third child, Odin himself took her, and he threw her down into Niflheim, the cold and misty realm at the very bottom of the cosmos, and he made her ruler of 9 worlds. Her exile was her coronation. The act that put her in the kingdom was the same act that made her queen of it She did not choose to rule the dead. She was put there by a king who feared what she might one day become. And once she was put there, she was given authority over the dead by the same act that had banished her. I want to sit with this for a moment, because the cruelty of it tends to slip past in the retelling. She was a child. She had not, at the moment Odin came for her, done anything to deserve what was done. The prophecy spoke of a future she had not yet chosen, by a being she had not yet had a chance to become. And on the strength of that future knowledge, she was taken from her mother's hall and thrown into the coldest, deepest, most lightless place in the entire Norse cosmos, and given a kingdom there as a kind of consolation, or as a kind of containment, or as both. She was exiled from the family she had been born into before she had finished being part of it, and she was made queen of a country she did not know how to rule yet, with no one to teach her, with no one to share the work with only the dead arriving steadily through her gates as her companions. The half-living, half-dead body is not simply a strange piece of iconography. It is the visible sign of what she actually is, a being who was thrown into the cold of the deepest underworld while she was still partly a living girl, and who never finished becoming dead, and who never got the chance to become fully alive again either. Her body is the record of what was done to her. One side still belongs to the world she came from. The other side has already begun the long surrender to the world she now rules. And what kind of ruler did she become in the long centuries after she arrived? This is the part of the hell story that the popular imagination tends to skip past, because the Balder episode is so dramatic that it absorbs all the attention. But for every Balder, for every famous case that brought a god riding down through 9 nights of darkness to plead for a soul's return, there are millions of ordinary arrivals. The old woman who finally let go in her bed after a long fever, the farmer crushed under his own cart on a winter road, the infant who never opened her eyes, the shepherd lost in a snowstorm, the thousand ordinary deaths of Norse life across the centuries, each one finding its way down the road, across the bridge, past the chained hound, and into hell's cold hall. And what does she do in her endless work of receiving them? She receives them. That is the answer, and it is a quiet one. The texts do not show us hell rising from her throne to greet each soul. They do not show her speaking to them, comforting them, frightening them, or judging them. She simply sits, and they arrive, and her hall fills steadily over centuries with a steady accumulation of those whose deaths were ordinary. She presides. She is present. She is the named ruler in whose territory they now find themselves. And the simple fact of her presence is what makes the kingdom a kingdom rather than a wilderness. There is something in this that feels right to me, even now. The most patient of all the death deities we will meet across these 2 episodes, the one who does not require ritual, does not require offerings, does not require remembrance from above to function. She simply receives, forever, with the patience of someone who has been doing this for so long that the work no longer surprises her, and who knows that everyone who has ever been born is, sooner or later, going to walk in through her doors. There is no rush. There is no hurry. The dead come on their own timing, and she is here when they arrive. There is one more thing to say about who she is before we come to the story of Balder, because the story of Balder cannot be fully understood without it. Hel is Loki's daughter. This is a strange position to occupy in the Norse cosmos. Loki is the trickster god, the chaos that lives uneasily within Asgard, the one whose every act of mischief eventually escalates into the malice that will, at Ragnarok, lead the giants in the destruction of the world. He is the father of all three of the great cosmic enemies, Fenrir, Jörmungandr, and Hel. And yet, for most of the mythology, he is also a guest at the gods' table, accepted, tolerated, occasionally even useful. The Norse pantheon has not quite worked out how to deal with him. They tolerate his presence until the moment when his presence finally becomes intolerable, which comes after the death of Balder, and after which he is bound to a rock in a cave with venom dripping onto his face until the end of the world. But Hel, throughout all of this, sits in her cold hall and watches. Her father visits the upper world freely. Her father causes the death of the most beloved of the gods. Her father is the one who, in the end, ensures that Balder cannot return from her kingdom. And the gods who threw her into the dark as a child, the same gods who feared what Loki's offspring would become, turn out, in the long arc of the myth, to have been right about her family, even if they were unjust about her specifically. The prophecy was true. Loki's children did bring about the end. But the children themselves, Hel included, had no choice in any of it. They were what they were because of who fathered them, and they were treated as enemies of the cosmos before they had done anything to earn that treatment. Where does that leave her? What does it feel like to be the daughter of the chaos that destroys, and the queen of the kingdom that receives the dead the destruction creates? The myths do not tell us directly, but the half-living, half-dead body sits in its cold hall, and the centuries pass, and her father causes the deaths of more and more of the gods who exiled her, and she receives every one of them through her gates with the same quiet patience she gives to every other arrival. She does not refuse any of them, even the ones who, on a different reading, she might have had reason to. And so we come to Balder. He was the most beautiful of all the gods, Odin's son, beloved by everyone in every world. He began one day to have dreams of his own death, and his mother, Frigg, in fear, went to every being in every world and extracted an oath from each that they would never harm her son. Every plant, every stone, every weapon, every element, all of them swore. Balder became invulnerable. The gods made a game of throwing things at him and watching the things fall harmlessly aside. But Frigg had missed one. Mistletoe. Too small, she had thought. Too soft to be a danger. Loki found out. He fashioned a dart from mistletoe, placed it in the hand of Balder's blind brother, Hoder, and guided the throw. Balder fell. The light went out of Asgard. The grief was beyond description. And Odin, who could not bear it, sent his other son Hermod on the long ride we have already walked, 9 nights through the dark valleys of Helvega, across Gjallabru, with a bridge resounding under Sleipnir's hooves, past the chained Garma, into the cold hall of Eljudnir, to beg Hel for Balder's return. And Hel listened. This is the detail I keep returning to. She listened. She did not refuse. She did not laugh. She did not send Hermod away. She heard the case, and she considered it, and she set a condition. If every being in all 9 worlds, living and dead, every plant and stone and animal and god and giant and elf and human and demon, weeps for Balder, I will release him. If everything in the cosmos mourns him, he can return. If even one being refuses to weep, he stays here with me. Hermod carried the condition back to Asgard. The gods went out across the 9 worlds and asked every being to weep for Balder. The trees wept. The stones wept. The metals wept. The animals wept. The fish in the sea wept. The gods themselves wept. The dead in Hel's own realm wept for their lost companion. Every being in the entire cosmos shed tears for the beautiful god. Every being except one. In a remote cave, deep in some forgotten corner of the world, a single giantess was found. Her name was Thuk. Gratitude, ironically. And when the messengers came to her and asked her to weep for Balder, she refused. I have received no benefit from Balder in life, she said, and I will weep no tear for him in death. Let Hel keep what she has. The sources are nearly unanimous that this giantess was Loki in disguise. Her own father, who had arranged Balder's death in the first place, now arranging that the resurrection condition would not be met. One refusal in the entire cosmos was enough, and Hel kept him. This story is often read as evidence of Hel's harshness, of the cruelty of the cold queen who would not release the most beloved of the gods, even when the entire cosmos pleaded for him. I want to offer a different reading. Hel set a condition. She did not simply refuse. She offered a real possibility of return, with a condition that was, by the standards of the situation, ultimately reasonable. She asked only that those who mourn the loss prove their mourning by weeping. She did not ask for impossible feats. She did not require quests or sacrifices. She asked for tears from every being. The condition was within reach. The condition was almost met. And when the condition was not met, when one giantess in a remote cave refused, Hel did exactly what a fair ruler should do. She kept her word. She did not waver. She did not soften because the failure was small, or because the gods who pleaded with her were powerful. She had set terms. The terms had not been satisfied, and she did what the terms required her to do. She is precise. She is exact. She is not cruel in the sense of taking pleasure in suffering, but she is also not sentimental. She governs her realm with the same exactitude with which it governs everyone who eventually arrives in it. The threshold trips you whether you are a beggar or a king. The bed is sick bed for the just and the unjust alike. Hunger is the same dish. Famine is the same knife. And the condition for release is the same condition, applied without exception. And when the exception almost happens, the almost is not enough. So what does Hel's realm tell us about how the Norse understood death? It tells us, first, that the Norse imagined the destination of the ordinary dead with extraordinary care. Most cultures we visit tonight focus their attention on what happens to the exceptional, the heroes, the wicked, the judged. The Norse focused theirs on what happens to most people. The threshold is named for the way old people stumble. The bed is named for the way people die, slowly, of disease. The hall is named for the cold sleet of a Norwegian February. Hel's realm is not the destination of the wicked. It is the destination of anyone who did not die in battle, which is to say, nearly everyone. The Norse looked at the ordinary deaths that claim ordinary lives, and they built an entire kingdom around them. It tells us, second, that the Norse were honest about what those deaths feel like. The hall is not pleasant. The light is dim. The cold is permanent. The dishes are named for hunger. There is no pretense that ordinary dying is anything other than what it actually is. The Norse did not promise their ordinary dead a paradise. They imagined instead an eternalized version of the long Nordic winter. The same cold, the same dim, the same wet stone and unheated hall, but never ending. It is grim. It is also, in a strange way, honest. The Norse have not lied to themselves about what they expected to face. And it tells us, finally, that the Norse imagined their ruler of the dead as someone who was also one of the dead. Half of her body is already what her subjects are. She did not arrive from somewhere else to govern this kingdom. She was put here as a child, and she became its queen by being put here. And her body still carries the visible sign of what was done to her. She is not separate from her realm. She is part of it. The dim hall, the cold light, the named furniture, the half-dead queen, they are all one continuous thing. They are all the same place, told from different angles. And the queen, the one who governs all of it, does so with the exact precision that the realm itself displays. No favoritism, no sentiment that overrides the law, no mercy that softens the conditions. When she sets a condition, she keeps it. When the condition is not met, she keeps her word. She is what the threshold and the bed and the dish and the knife and the dim cold hall all are. Exactly what she is, and not less, and not more. We travel further north still, further north than the Norse fjords we have just left, further north than the Finnish lakes before them, into latitudes where most of human civilization has never managed to live, across the cold North Atlantic, across Greenland, into the Arctic itself, to the people who have inhabited the very edge of the livable world for thousands of years, the Inuit, whose villages cluster along the coasts of what is now Alaska, the Canadian Arctic, and Greenland, who know ice the way other people know weather, who hunt the great sea mammals from kayaks across waters, cold enough to kill a person in minutes. This is the most extreme landscape any culture we will visit tonight inhabits. The sun does not rise for weeks each winter. The temperature can drop below -40 for months at a time. Trees do not grow here. The only wood is what the sea brings as driftwood. The only fuel for fire is the oil of seals and whales. Survival is not a metaphor in the Arctic. It is the only project, the only theology, the only ongoing question. Every community is, every winter, one bad hunting season away from starvation. And in this landscape, where the sea provides everything, where the seal and the walrus and the whale are the literal substance of life, the Inuit imagined a death goddess, unlike any other we will meet tonight. Not a queen on a throne in a palace beneath the earth, like hell in her misty hall. Not a god in a hall in a forest, like Tuonela on his quiet island. A goddess at the bottom of the freezing ocean, whose body the very food supply of an entire people came out of, and who is still, even now, even after centuries of being told and retold, angry about what was done to her. Her name is Sedna, and her underworld lies beneath the cold water. The Inuit underworld is called Adlevan, a word that means, in the most direct translation, those who live beneath us. Not the dead, exactly, the ones who are below us. A neighbor language, a description of position rather than condition, the way you might describe the floor your downstairs neighbors live on. This is the first thing to understand about the Inuit afterlife. It is spatially close. Adlivun is not a distant kingdom one travels to with great effort, the way the Greek dead travel to Hades. It is right there, beneath your feet, beneath the ice you stand on, beneath the surface of the sea where you hunt. The dead are not far away. They are simply on the other side of a thin, cold layer that separates one part of the world from the other. To reach Adlivun, the soul descends, downward through the earth in some tellings, downward through the sea in others. The two routes are not contradictory in the Inuit understanding, because in the Arctic, the earth and the sea are not always sharply distinguished. The ice that one walks on in winter is the same surface one hunts seals through. The boundary between solid ground and the deep water beneath it is permeable and seasonal, and not, in the deepest theological sense, a real division. Some versions of the journey describe the soul as needing to be ferried across. And here is where the figure of Sedna's father re-enters her story, because Anguta, the father who threw her into the sea, is also, in some Inuit traditions, the psychopomp of Adlivun. He guides the souls of the dead down to his daughter's palace. He has been ferrying them, in this telling, ever since the day he pushed her out of his kayak, a man condemned perhaps to spend the rest of eternity escorting the dead to the very goddess he himself destroyed. The Inuit tradition does not flinch from this. The man who wronged her serves her, the way a guilty man might serve the person he has hurt for the rest of his life, hoping that the service itself might one day be enough. And what does the soul find when it arrives? Adlivun is described in the surviving sources with a specificity that is sometimes overlooked in the rush to focus on Sedna herself. It is a frozen wasteland, a vast cold underworld beneath the sea floor, or beneath the earth, depending on the telling, populated not just by the dead, but by the Tuonela, the animal spirits, and the Tupilak, the souls of the deceased themselves. It is not empty. It is full of spirits in a way the surface world above is not, full of beings that the living, mostly, cannot see, full of the long catalogue of everything that has died in the Arctic over the entire history of the Arctic, which is to say a very large catalogue indeed. There are obstacles. The Inuit sources describe two specific ones in the architecture of Adlivun, both of which have to be navigated by the souls of the dead and by any shaman foolhardy enough to make the journey while still living. The first is the circles of rotating ice, vast wheels of ice, the texts say, turning in the dark water at impossible speeds. Circles a soul must somehow pass through or around without being struck and shattered by the spinning surfaces. The image is one that anyone who has ever watched ice floes grind against each other in an Arctic strait will recognize as terrifying. The ice in the Arctic is not still. It moves constantly, with the currents and the wind, and the spaces between the flows open and close, on a rhythm that is not predictable. The Inuit took this surface phenomenon and projected it downward into their underworld. The ice that grinds above the water grinds also below it, and the dead must learn to pass through. The second obstacle is harder to imagine and more strange. The eternally boiling cauldrons of seal meat, great vessels in the dark water, though boiling in the cold of the deep sea, is a thing the Inuit imagination produced without flinching from the contradiction, full of cooking seal flesh that never finishes cooking. Some sources describe the dead as having to pass through them, others as having to eat from them, others as simply having to navigate around them. The image is one of abundance that is also a trial, the food the Inuit hunt their whole lives, here in eternal preparation, here permanently available, but in a form that does not nourish so much as test. And then, beyond the rotating ice and the eternal cauldrons, the palace. Sedna's palace lies at the deepest point of Adlivan, at the bottom of the cold sea, in the dark, where no light reaches. The sources are imprecise about its architecture. The Inuit did not, like the Greeks or the Egyptians, leave us elaborate textual descriptions of their underworld's buildings. What we have instead are fragmentary references in shaman narrative, in the songs sung at the great hunting feasts, in the stories told around the long Arctic winter. What emerges from the fragments is a structure rather than a description, a place, a building of some kind, possibly carved from ice, possibly from stone, possibly from something stranger, at the center of the underworld, where the goddess sits, and where everything the underworld contains is in some sense administered. The palace is guarded. The Inuit tradition is specific about this. The path that leads to Sedna passes between dogs. Vicious dogs, the texts say, who attack the souls of the dead and the shamans who travel down to negotiate with her. Some sources say there are two of them, one on each side of the entrance. Others say there is a whole pack. The image is not arbitrary. Dogs are central to Inuit life. The sled dogs that pull the families across the ice. The hunting dogs that work alongside the men. The village dogs that are, in a real sense, members of the household. To imagine the underworld guarded by dogs is to imagine it guarded by the very animals one trusts most in the upper world. And to imagine those animals, on the other side, not trusting you. The familiar transformed into the threatening, simply by being moved from one side of the boundary to the other. Past the dogs, the entrance. Past the entrance, the goddess on her throne, with her long matted hair and her broken hands, and her great fishtail moving slowly in the dark water, and her father, Anguta, the man who put her here, sometimes shown at the opposite side of the chamber from her. The two of them sharing the palace they cannot leave, joined by the violence between them, as completely as any married couple is joined by love. How did she come to be there? The story is told differently in different communities across the immense geographic span of the Inuit world, from Alaska through the Canadian Arctic to Greenland, communities separated by thousands of miles of frozen water, each of them remembering the same essential narrative with their own local details. The details shift. The central event does not. She is in a boat with her father, and he throws her overboard. The reasons differ. In some versions, Sedna refused all the suitors who came to her father's village, no matter how rich or handsome, and her father grew angry with her, until at last a stranger arrived, promising wealth and a beautiful home, and her father gave her to him. The stranger turned out to be a fulmar, a great Arctic seabird in disguise. He took her to his island. The home was wretched. The food was rotten fish. She was wretched. Her father, learning what had happened, came in his kayak to rescue her, and she climbed in, and they fled. The Fulmar followed. He raised a great storm, the storm of an angry seabird god, the kind of storm that can take a kayak apart in minutes, and the waves grew higher, and the wind tore at the small boat. And her father, terrified, looked at his daughter and made a calculation. He could die with her, or he could give her to the storm. He gave her to the storm. He threw her overboard, into the freezing water, and the cold water was already pulling her down, and the storm was rising, and the kayak was the only thing keeping him alive. And Sedna, who was young, who was strong, who was not yet a goddess, but only a girl whose father had just betrayed her, gripped the side of the kayak with both hands and refused to let go. She held on. She would not let him save himself by killing her. The water was already taking her body, but her fingers were strong and her grip was strong, and the kayak was not going to leave her behind unless he made it leave her behind. He took an axe or a knife. The sources differ on the implement, but not on what was done. He took an axe or a knife and he cut off her fingers, joint by joint. The first joint fell into the sea and became a seal. The second joint, a walrus. The third, a whale. Her hands, her forearm, all of it gone, all of it falling into the dark water as her father methodically removed the parts of her that were holding her to life. And from each piece, from each separate joint of each separate finger, from each segment of what was being taken from her, the sea mammals of the Arctic were born. The creatures the Inuit hunt, the creatures whose meat is the literal substance of survival in the north, the seals whose oil burns in the lamps, the walruses whose ivory carves the harpoons, the whales whose flesh feeds entire villages through long winters. All of it, every animal that makes the Arctic livable, born from the destruction of one young woman's hands, as her father cut them from her body in the freezing sea. And then, finally, she let go. There was nothing left to hold on with. And she sank. She sank to the bottom of the sea. In some versions, she sank slowly, the cold water taking her down through layer after layer of dark, the surface light fading above her, the storm continuing on the surface as she descended away from it. In other versions, the descent was instantaneous. A single drop from the surface into the deepest possible place, the way a stone falls. And at the bottom, she changed. The transformation is precise. From the waist up, she remains a woman, the upper body of the young girl who had been in the kayak, though her face is older now, harder, marked by what was done to her. From the waist down, she grows a great fishtail, or a sea mammal's tail, or the lower body of a creature of the deep. The iconography varies, but the principle is the same. She becomes a hybrid, a being who is half human and half what her own destroyed hands became. Her body is, from that moment, a living memorial to what was taken from her. Her hands do not grow back. This is the detail to hold on to, because everything else about her, the entire shape of her power, the entire architecture of her rulership of Adlivan, flows from it. She has no fingers. She cannot work with her hands the way a goddess might be expected to work. She cannot pick things up. She cannot, most of all, comb her own hair. And so her hair, in the cold currents of the deep sea, grows long and matted and tangled, the way any hair grows when no comb is ever applied to it, but worse, because the water of the deep sea is full of currents and debris, and the souls of the animals her hands became, and all of it works itself into the tangle. Her hair becomes a kind of trap. The longer she is at the bottom of the sea, the more knotted it becomes, and the more it accumulates everything the sea contains. This is where the architecture of her sovereignty becomes legible. Sedna does not rule Adlivan with the calm authority that Ereshkigal rules Kernugi, or that Tuoni rules his cold island. She rules through her body, specifically through her hair. Tangled in her matted hair are the souls of every sea mammal, the seals, the walruses, the whales that swim in the upper world. When the Inuit hunt successfully, it is because Sedna has released those souls from her hair and let them come to the surface where they can be taken. When the Inuit hunt fails, when the seals do not appear at the breathing holes, when the walruses do not come to their usual rocks, when the whales do not surface where the hunters are waiting, it is because Sedna is holding the souls in her hair, refusing to release them, keeping the food supply of the entire people locked in her tangled, matted body at the bottom of the sea. And she does this when she is angry, specifically when she is angry at the living. The Inuit hunt is governed by an enormous web of taboos and observances. The bones of the killed animals must be treated with care. The water must be poured into the seal's mouth as a libation after the kill, so that the soul of the seal, who came from Sedna's hands, can return home to her with the message that it has been treated well. The species must not be overhunted. The flesh must not be wasted. The rituals of the hunt must be observed in their precise particulars, even when those rituals are inconvenient or expensive in time. None of this is incidental piety. It is the maintenance of a relationship with the goddess at the bottom of the sea, who is still, eternally, never to be soothed, angry about what were done to her. When the Inuit violate these laws, Sedna feels the violation, and she does the only thing she can do with her destroyed hands, with a tangle in her hair, with her body that cannot reach out to punish the way other gods punish. She holds on to the animals. She refuses to release them. The community above starves until something is done. And what is the something that is done? The Inuit response, when a community has been suffering through a long winter of failed hunts, is to send the Angakuk, the shaman, the one who can travel between the worlds, down to Sedna, down through the rotating ice, past the eternal cauldrons, past the dogs at the entrance to her palace, into the dark chamber where she sits with her tangle of hair and her broken hands and her enduring fury. The shaman approaches her. The shaman speaks. The shaman sometimes simply weeps, and then the shaman does the only thing that has any chance of working. The shaman combs her hair. This is what I keep returning to every time I sit with the Sedna myth. The most powerful intervention any human being can make in the entire Inuit theological universe is a small, intimate act of personal care. Combing a woman's tangled hair because she cannot comb it herself. The shaman cannot give her back her fingers. The shaman cannot undo what her father did. The shaman cannot bring her home to the surface or restore the life she had before the kayak. But the shaman can sit beside her in the dark of the deepest sea and patiently, gently work the comb through the matted tangle of her hair, releasing the souls of the seals and the walruses and the whales as the knots loosen, sending the animals back up to the surface where the hunters can find them. restoring the food supply of the entire people through a gesture as small and as tender as combing the hair of a girl who cannot reach her own head. The wound is acknowledged. The intimate care is offered. The hair is untangled. The animals are released. The community above eats again. And then the shaman returns to the surface, and Sedna remains where she is, with her hair beginning slowly to tangle again, with the animals beginning slowly to gather again in the matted snarl. With the next year's crisis already, somewhere beginning to form. So, what does the Inuit underworld tell us about how this people understood death and life and the relationship between them? It tells us first that the Inuit did not separate the dead from the living, the way most cultures we will visit tonight separated them. Adlivun is right there, beneath the ice. The dead are below the hunter's feet at every moment of every hunt. The goddess who controls the food supply is herself one of the dead. Or rather, she is the queen of the dead and the source of the living, simultaneously, in the same body, with no distinction between the two roles. The food the Inuit eat to stay alive comes directly from the body of the goddess who rules the underworld. Survival and the underworld are the same territory. It tells us, second, that the Inuit understood survival as something with a debt. The food that sustains the community came from Sedna's suffering. She did not give it freely. It was cut from her body without her consent. And so the Inuit are not, in their theology, simply lucky users of natural resources. They are people who eat the fingers of a goddess every day, and the proper response to that fact, the only response that does not poison the soul, is acknowledgement. The rituals around the hunt are this acknowledgement. They do not undo the original violence. They cannot. But they keep the violence honest, keep the gratitude alive, keep the goddess at the bottom of the sea from feeling that her sacrifice has been forgotten by the people whose lives it sustains. And it tells us, finally, and this is the part I find most extraordinary, that the Inuit imagined a death goddess whose anger was justified. Sedna is not arbitrary. She's not cruel for its own sake. She was wronged, profoundly and unforgivably, by her own father, and she has every right to her fury. The community above her does not, in its rituals, pretend otherwise. They do not ask her to forgive what was done. They do not ask her to release her grievance. They simply ask her, when she's holding the animals too tightly, to allow the shaman to come down and acknowledge the wound by tending to its surviving sign, her hair. It is the most honest theological relationship with a death deity I know of in any tradition. The Inuit live because of Sedna's suffering. They know it. They tell their children. They observe the rituals. And every once in a while, when the rituals have not been enough, a shaman makes the journey down through the rotating ice and the boiling cauldrons and the guard dogs, and sits beside the goddess at the bottom of the sea and combs her hair and apologizes on behalf of a whole people for what one of their ancestors did to her. And Sedna, in her vast and continuing fury, allows herself for a season to be soothed. That is the first half of the journey. 8 kingdoms behind us. 4 still ahead. The night has carried us a long way, across 5,000 years, across the warm Mediterranean and the cold north, across cultures whose imaginations of death have almost nothing in common except the fact of imagining at all. We have walked through them in turn. We began with Ereshkigal, taken into the dark before she was finished becoming herself. We walked through the world that Mot eats, and through the realm Osiris rules wrapped in his own death bandages, and through the kingdom of 5 rivers, where Persephone, taken into the dark by Hades, became something neither of them had expected. We crossed into the northern world and met Veles at the roots of the world tree, ruling cattle and the dead together. We arrived at Tuonela's quiet island and watched the golden cup be offered. We crossed the resounding bridge into Hell's misty hall, where every piece of furniture was named for an ordinary death. And we descended, finally, to the deepest sea, where the goddess whose suffering produces the food supply of an entire people waits for the shaman who will come down to comb her hair. 8 underworlds, 8 imagined kingdoms of the dead, 8 different attempts across 5,000 years by 8 different cultures to give a shape to what waits on the other side of the door. When you come back to me for the second part, when your sleep tonight has rested you enough to take another long journey through the dark, we will pick up where we have just left off. We will travel east, out of the cold Arctic, across the long northern Pacific, to the Japanese islands, and the great boulder that seals the slope of Yomotsu Hirasaka. We will meet Izanami there, the goddess who was wronged by her husband, who sealed her in, and who has been taking 1,000 lives every day from his people ever since, in a bargain whose mathematical precision still governs the demographic balance of the Japanese cosmos. Then we will travel further west, into the Hindu imagination of the first being who ever died, and then on across Asia, with him as Buddhism carried his name eastward into the great bureaucratic underworld of imperial China, into the 10 courts of Dayo, the 18 specialized hells, the granny at the bridge of helplessness with her soup that takes the memory away. Then we will cross the Pacific. We will enter the high valley of central Mexico and walk the 4-year journey of the Aztec dead, through obsidian paths and crashing mountains and rivers of arrows that come from every person who ever influenced your life. We will meet the skeleton lord and his queen in the fog of the 9th level. And finally, we will end our journey in the high Andes with the death god whom the Spanish colonizers tried to destroy by force, and who survived anyway, in the dance of the miners and the offerings still left at the openings of caves, and the small cigarette still placed in the clay mouth of Tio in the deepest part of the silver mines. That is what waits for us in the second part, but not yet, not tonight. There is no more travel for tonight. Tonight, you have done enough. The 8 rulers of the first half of our journey are still at their post. Ereshkigal in her palace of lapis lazuli, her hair finely combed by the one who chose to stay. Mot in his pit throne, eating the year. Osiris green-skinned on his throne at the top of 9 steps. Hades and Persephone at the center of 5 rivers and 3 provinces. Veles in the swamp at the roots, with his cattle and his music. Tuonela and Tuonela in the cold hall, the golden cup set aside for now. Hell half living and half dead in the misty kingdom of the ordinary dead. And Sedna at the bottom of the freezing sea, her hair beginning slowly to tangle again. They will still be there when you come back. They have all the time in the world. They have always had all the time in the world. Sleep well. I will be here when you are ready to walk the rest of the way.